Bon dia. Good morning. How are we today? I think you should be excited. It's the last day. Thank you so much. Let me observe all protocols this morning and once again welcome you to the third day of our Sasscal 2.0 conference. According to our program, you notice that yesterday we ended up our session with sustain, and we have pretty much exhausted all the submissions and I think all the exciting deliberations that went on. But we were intending to close off the session yesterday with Project Soils. So, which means that ahead of where the program should start today, we shall be kickstarting this morning, as of now, with submissions from the Soils project. And to lead us in this particular session, I would like to introduce and welcome to the podium none other than our Miss Claudia Amutenya, the program coordinator for Sasscal Namibia Note, who shall then basically take us through this session. I need to state that we shall try to be moving a little bit faster this morning because we have got more grounds to cover, and request that for all those that are on this climate smart crops already proceed with loading up their presentations on the platform, on the portal, or see Dr. Ngonga up there. This shall be followed by Antelope and then VRPE, and then we shall break for tea. Miss Claudia, a big round of applause for her.
A very good morning. I hope we have all slept well and that we are ready for today's proceedings. As introduced, my name is Claudia Amutenya, and firstly I would like to observe the protocol that has already been established by the previous speakers. So I will take us through the next series of presentation, and with that, I would like to call upon the following PIs just to give us a presentation on the Sustainable Soil Fertility Management Project, which we shortly refer to as Soils. So we'll start off with Professor Miguel from UJS in Angola. If you could please join me on the stage. Thank you very much. And then if we can please have Dr. Bahwasi from Boan in Botswana. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you very much. And then lastly, can we please have Dr. Yengwe from UNZA in Zambia. Dr. Yengwe? Is he not here? Do we know if he's supposed to be here? Is he here at the conference, or and he's just not maybe available right now? Oh, is it? Okay. So I just got information that Prof. Miguel is going to present his part. So without any further ado, over to you, Prof. Miguel. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning. Muito bom dia a todos. Meu nome é Ginhas Alexandre Manuel, sou docente da Universidade José Eduardo Santos e investigador principal do projeto Soil, intitulado Manejo Sustentável da Fertilidade do Solo. Falar da fertilidade do solo é praticamente falar da existência do homem na Terra. Este é o nosso roteiro da apresentação, não é, que é fornecido pela organização. Aproveito para informar que o nosso colega da Zâmbia, Dr. Jonas, teve um problema de última hora que o impossibilitou de viajar para Angola. E como foi de última hora, também não houve tempo de delegar outra pessoa da Zâmbia para o representar. Então, eu, como investigador principal, vou apresentar os resultados do Angosol Universidade de Zâmbia, que serão intercalados com o Angosol UGS. A agricultura na África subsaariana enfrenta grandes desafios relacionados fundamentalmente com fatores ligados ao solo, onde podemos destacar o baixo nível de nutrientes, baixa reserva de nutrientes minerais, acidificação, a toxicidade pelo alumínio, baixo teor de matéria orgânica, baixa capacidade de troca catiônica, alta fixação do fósforo, e a estes fatores nós somamos outros como os altos custos dos fertilizantes, que por certo são mais caros no continente africano, as más práticas dos agricultores, principalmente a nível da agricultura familiar, e a variabilidade ou a irregularidade das precipitações. Diante deste cenário, nós partimos da hipótese de que o manejo sustentável da fertilidade do solo, que integre a análise do solo como ponto de partida, não é, para recomendações adequadas de adubações e fertilizações, a utilização de micro-organismos benéficos à agricultura, como o risóbio em leguminosas, a rotação de cultura, adubação verde, o uso dos resíduos orgânicos, a implementação de sistemas agroflorestais e, sobretudo, a capacitação dos agricultores, não é, pode incrementar de forma considerável os rendimentos para a satisfação dos agricultores e também mitigando os efeitos das alterações climáticas. O nosso projeto tem duas linhas de investigação, uma relacionada com o estudo das propriedades do solo, isso que nos conduziram a criar uma base de dados e a elaborar mapas de fertilidade, e a outra relacionada com o isolamento e utilização de micro-organismos benéficos à agricultura, com ênfase nos fixadores do nitrogênio atmosférico. O objetivo do projeto, o objetivo principal do projeto é estudar as propriedades físicas e químicas do solo, relacionar essas propriedades com a diversidade genética de estirpes eficientes na fixação do nitrogênio atmosférico, que serviriam de base para a elaboração de biofertilizantes eficientes nas condições de Angola, Botsuana e Zâmbia. Este é o nosso plano de trabalho, ou seja, são nossas metas, onde aparecem, não é, os parceiros envolventes. Aí está a Universidade José Eduardo dos Santos, Universidade da Zâmbia, Universidade de Botsuana e a Universidade de Bremen, em Alemanha. Uma das primeiras metas do projeto Angosol UGS era a adquisição de equipamentos de laboratório para reforçar os já adquiridos no projeto Angosol 1. Neste momento, temos criado 2 laboratórios na faculdade, um de química do solo e outro de microbiologia do solo, com equipamentos de ponta. Isso também foi uma das missões na Universidade da Zâmbia, não é, adquirir equipamentos que foram fundamentalmente para a área de microbiologia do solo. Na segunda tarefa, que é a caracterização das propriedades do solo, não é, apresentamos aí a tabela com os valores mínimos e máximos de pH, fósforo e potássio, onde podemos observar que o pH varia de muito ácido a ligeiramente ácido, com exceção do Kwanza Sul, onde encontramos um valor acima de 7, acima de 7. Enquanto os valores de fósforo e potássio, não é, encontramos que variam de muito baixo a baixo. Temos aí uma evidência dos problemas que enfrentam os nossos agricultores ou os problemas que temos com os solos das nossas regiões. Portanto, os resultados do pH, não é, permitiram elaborar mapas. Temos aí o mapa da província do Kwanza Sul, o mapa da província do Uís, que está representado de momento apenas por 3 municípios, mas nós já temos os estudos do pH em toda a província, não é? É questão de atualizar o mapa. O mapa da província do Ambo e na província do Quando. E como resumo desses resultados, temos aí, não é, a representação dos valores predominantes nessas províncias, onde encontramos os casos críticos na província do Ambo e na província do Cubango, não é, onde predominam valores inferiores a 5,5. Solos com pH com este valor é um grande problema, porque já começa a surgir, não é, o efeito do alumínio, que afeta o crescimento, o sistema radicular e o crescimento da planta em geral. Diante desses resultados, não é, houve uma curiosidade em verificar, em aferir como é que os nossos agricultores lidam, não é, com estes resultados no processo de produção agrícola. Portanto, fizemos um inquérito com questões relacionadas com análise do solo, com correção da acidez, utilização de fertilizantes, as principais culturas e os rendimentos. Aqui vamos apresentar apenas 2 resultados que, enquanto análise do solo, ou seja, os agricultores questionados se realizam análise do solo nas suas parcelas, encontramos que 84% nunca analisaram o solo, não é, que eles utilizam para a agricultura. Enquanto a correção da acidez, com esses problemas acentuados da acidez, 96% nunca realizaram correção da acidez. Esse é um problema muito sério. Com o resultado da análise do solo e esse comportamento dos agricultores, dificilmente vamos ter rendimentos, não é, avultados. Na outra linha de investigação, que é de isolamento e caracterização, não é, é uma linha que está feita tanto em Angola como na Zâmbia. Isolamos a partir do solo e a partir de nódulos radiculares, e depois do isolamento é feito então a caracterização morfológica. Temos aqui o resultado da caracterização morfológica de isolados da província do Cuando-Cubango. Digo Cuando-Cubango, é a antiga província do Cuando-Cubango, porque aí temos Menong e o Cuito, que estão agora em províncias diferentes, onde encontramos 61%, não é, corresponde, que as características conferem com o bradirrizóbio, e 28% conferem com o risóbio. Na província do Ambo, de 24 isolados, encontramos que 71% conferem com o risóbio, neste caso, e 21% com bradirrizóbio. Os estudos moleculares, não é, estão realizados na Universidade de Bremen, Alemanha, onde nós enviamos uma investigadora da UGS com nódulos radiculares para o isolamento e caracterização morfológica, que é feita segundo metodologia em uso nesta universidade. E como resultados encontramos foram identificados com sucesso 9 rizobactérias, das quais 5 correspondem a bradirrizóbio, está associadas à soja, e 4 correspondem ao risóbio associado ao feijão, feijão comum. A quinta atividade é relacionada com o teste, não é? O teste em estufa. Na verdade, o que acontece é que, primeiro, isolamos, que pode ser a partir do solo ou de nódulos radiculares, testamos na estufa em solo estéril e os que resultarem eficiente a nodulação são os que nós remetemos então à Universidade de Bremen para o estudo molecular. Enquanto o desenvolvimento de capacidades, nós temos no Angosol, UGS, 12 estudantes a frequentarem um curso de mestrado. Os 12 estudantes terminaram com sucesso o primeiro ano, que é o ano curricular, e se encontram nesse momento a realizar trabalhos de investigações conducentes à dissertação de mestrado, estão a escrever e também estão a redigir artigos para publicação. O mesmo acontece na Universidade da Zâmbia, não é? Temos um estudante a cursar o mestrado, que terminou também a parte curricular e se encontra a desenvolver experimentos e a redatar a dissertação de mestrado. Na Universidade José Eduardo dos Santos, além dos estudantes de mestrado, também temos estudantes da graduação a realizar um trabalho de fim de curso no projeto, no número de 10 estudantes, dos quais 4 já defenderam, incluso, não é, destaco aqui que um deles defendeu e teve uma nota de 20 valores. É um trabalho promissor e teve uma nota de 20 e os outros estão 18, 19 valores. Também realizamos curso de curta duração aos agricultores. Tratamos várias temáticas relacionadas com a amostragem do solo, com a produção de compostos e adubos líquidos, a conservação do solo, a implementação de sistemas agroflorestais, a rotação de cultura, não é? A fertilização das culturas, inoculação de sementes e também estabelecemos uma parcela demonstrativa com os agricultores. Aqui temos algumas evidências, agricultores a prepararem o composto aí, que é um produto que enriquece o solo, não é? Incrementa o teor de matéria orgânica, aumenta a capacidade de troca catiônica, que é bastante pobre nesses solos, e também subministra nutrientes para as plantas. Geralmente pode ser utilizado em adubação de fundo. Temos aí, na outra imagem, a produção de adubo líquido, a produção a base de folhas com alto teor de nitrogênio, fósforo e potássio, a produção de adubo líquido à base de esterco de caprino e de galinhas, que pode ser utilizado para adubação de cobertura. Temos a imagem a preparar a parcela demonstrativa com os agricultores, não é? Onde falamos sobretudo relacionado com as boas práticas. Um dos grandes problemas que tem os agricultores é o marco de plantação. O agricultor, quando realiza a sementeira, não é? Ele com a sua enxada cava aqui, coloca sem obedecer um marco de plantação. Então, numa área onde podia ter 50 mil plantas, às vezes tem 10 mil, 15 mil plantas. Impossível alcançar um rendimento, não é? Desejado, um rendimento bom com esse número de plantas por área. Enquanto à publicação e outras atividades científicas, nós estamos a concluir 2 artigos que possivelmente vamos submeter no fim desse mês. O mesmo acontece na Universidade da Zâmbia. Temos participado em eventos científicos internacionais, eventos científicos nacionais, organizados pela nossa universidade, pelo governo da província, e temos envolvido também a participação dos estudantes. Temos uma evidência, nossa estudante de mestrado, no workshop temático do Sasscal, realizado em Luanda, nesta mesma sala. Participamos em eventos organizados pelo Ministério do Ensino Superior, um evento sobre juventude, inovação e empreendedorismo, não é? Onde nós apresentamos o o processo de compostagem, apresentamos o processo de fabricação do adubo à base de folhas e à base de esterco, onde ganhamos um prêmio de 1 milhão de kwanza. Esses processos todos estão aí, quem quiser mais detalhes estão aí fora, podemos explicar com mais calma. Enquanto os produtos e serviços, no projeto Angosol, nós pretendemos e vamos alcançar, queremos produzir um manual de boas práticas agrícolas. Esse manual vamos envolver os parceiros do Angosol para que seja de âmbito regional, criar uma base de dados sobre os solos das províncias que estamos a estudar. Essa base de dados vai servir para os investigadores, vai servir para os estudantes de pós-graduação, vai servir de ponto de partida para futuras investigações na área de solo e também vai servir para empresários que queiram enveredar pela área agrícola, não é? Vão ter informação dos solos sobre essas regiões. Os mapas de pH já estão, vamos criar os mapas de fósforo, potássio e alumínio e esperamos ter estirpes eficientes, não é, para minimizar o uso de adubos nitrogenados em leguminosas. Temos vários parceiros, temos o governo de Angola, não é? No início do projeto, o não nacional do Sasscal endereçou um documento aos governadores das províncias onde estamos a implementar os projetos. Esses governadores baixaram o documento para as administrações municipais, de forma tal que quando visitamos essas áreas, eles têm conhecimento do trabalho e facilita muito, não é, a nossa estadia aí. Temos uma estreita relação com os parceiros do projeto. Como disse, enviamos na Universidade de Bremen uma investigadora e brevemente irá novamente com um número maior de nódulos, com o Centro Nacional de Investigação Científica, com o IA, o VRP, o projeto VRP, que vai nos ajudar com a elaboração dos mapas com a base de dados, já está desenhada, falta introduzir os dados. Temos colaboração com o Sustain, tanto de Angola como de Botsuana. Como conclusão, o problema da acidificação dos solos e a deficiência de fósforo e potássio constitui um fator limitante da potencialidade dessas províncias, na potencialidade agrícola. São províncias com grande potencial, mas esses problemas têm dificultado enormemente a aquisição de grandes rendimentos. O problema a falta de análise do solo, da correção da acidez, o elevado custo dos fertilizantes e a deficiência em encontrar laboratórios para análise do solo, não é, tem surgido como uma barreira para a inovação e implementação de tecnologia na agricultura. Com a caracterização morfológica também foi possível identificar 3 gêneros de bactéria, que é o Rhizobio, o Bradyrhizobio e o Penibacillus, não é, que é um estimulador do crescimento. E gostaria de partilhar um vídeo de 1 minuto, é uma experiência com os agricultores que temos vivido durante a formação. É muito curto, já estou fora do tempo. Isso é na província do Cubango, município do Cuxi, nós notamos que os agricultores estão receptivos, querem informação, querem aprender para incrementar os seus resultados. Portanto, muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Prof. And my apologies. It's actually Prof. Manuel and not Prof. Miguel. Up next is Dr. Bahwasi to please give us a presentation on the part from Botswana. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kaisejo Bahwasi, as it has already been said. Not the Bahasi, as is indicated in this tag. That is why I was not wearing it yesterday. So today I just put on it to correct my name. I am the co-PI for Engsoil Botswana. I'm working with Professor Mulimbek, who is the PI, and she's also my mentor in this academic journey. Thank you, Prof, for believing in me and giving me this opportunity. I take your flowers while you are still in this universe. Yeah, Prof has covered what the Engsoil project is doing, and I will be specifically looking at the Botswana site. Under the isolation and characterization of the micro-symbiont partners for Bambara groundnut. So in this project, we isolated bacteria from the root nodules of Bambara groundnut, which was then followed by morphological, biochemical, and molecular characterization, just to identify and group them. We thereafter do the evaluation of their effectiveness in nodulating and promoting plant growth, just to select the potential bioinoculants. How do I? Okay. This is the layout of my presentation as this has been given. So, as I've already said, we are dealing with this, we are working on this climate smart crop called the Bambara groundnut, scientifically known as Vigna subterranea. So it is a valuable source of protein, carbohydrates, and fat. And in most cases, it is grown by smallholder farmers. So this leguminous crop, it thrives in poor soils and improves the soil by fixing its own nitrogen. So there are no known inoculants locally in our country for N-fixing strains for this crop. So that is why we are working with this project to look for the micro-symbiont partners. So the main objective and the work package on our side, the project aimed to identify Bambara groundnut genotypes and the rhizobia combination that can become drought and low soil fertility as a production strain. So the work package, as it has already been said, was the isolation, characterization, production, and the use of microorganisms beneficial to agriculture, specifically the atmospheric nitrogen fixators through the symbiotic relationship with the legumes. So the results I will start with the human capacity development. Mm. Our two graduate students, they attended the research method short course or training in 2023 that was organized by Sasscal. We also sent them to University of Cape Town to attend a stable isotope technology course, also in 2023. And then student fellowship or scholarship. We didn't have students under the bachelor's and PhD. Initially, we budgeted for one MSc student, but at the end, we managed to recruit and have two students under the ANXWEL project, one female and one male. And as I speak, they are working or they are writing their thesis. And we hope by end of this year they will have submitted their thesis. And then the research publications. Some outputs have been shared with in other platforms. For example, our two students, they managed to have an oral presentation at the thematic workshop that was organized in Gaborone by Sasscal, as indicated in the slide there. And then the dissertations, their dissertations, as I have already said, it is at 90% completion, and this is the title of their work. One is doing masters in crop science, the agronomy stream, and the other one is using masters in soil science. And yeah. So the planned manuscripts, which are at between 80 to 85% completion, we are working on these two at the moment, but our target is to have 4 from our work. And then these are some of the findings from our work, and there are some posters outside there to elaborate further on what we have found when we were working on this. The local strains that we managed to isolate from the Bambara groundnuts, they were tested on selected legume crops, the soybean, the mung bean, as well as cowpea and the tepary, as it is seen in the slide there. The strains, they managed to have nodulation on the mung bean and cowpea, not on soybean as well as the tepary. And yeah. Also, the elaborated results are there in the, okay, 1 minute, oh, all right. We also did we also inoculated the Bambara with the strains that were obtained from the Bambara nodules. We did that on different Bambara genotypes. There is also one of the posters outside there to elaborate on that one. The output, we are intending to have a Bambara groundnut passport, which will contain information on the use of the inoculant on Bambara groundnut and raise awareness on Climate Smart. And furthermore, this passport will highlight the existing climate smart technologies that can be used. We're also working on the fact sheets, and we also intend to have a commercial inoculants, to produce a commercial inoculants. As one of our strains, it has shown to be very effective. So we are intending to produce a commercial inoculant from that strain. So partnership and regional collaborations, locally in Botswana, we were working with our sister project Sustain. Our experimental sites were located in the same place so that we can pull the resources together, because some of the sites were far from the institution. And we also work closely with the University of Bremen in Germany, where we take our samples there for analysis. And in conclusion, as I've already said, those strains that we managed to isolate from the Bambara groundnuts, they have shown that they produce effective nodulations with the selected legumes that we worked on. And so we intend to produce a commercial inoculant from that strain, especially strain number 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Can we please have a round of applause for the presenters? All right, and at this juncture, I would like to invite 2 to 3 questions from the House to our presenters. Okay, the second one? And then is there a third one? All right, okay. Yes, over to you, man. Do you need a, can we please have a mic? Okay, my apologies. Can we start with, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm coming from the Copperbelt University. I'm a PhD student there. My question or my comment, first of all, I would like to appreciate what this project is doing. It is a very good project. That's the direction that we need to take as Africa in order for us to have a database of information about soils. Now, I just wanted to find out from the prof, because I looked at the partners, specifically in Zambia. I've seen that you are not partnering with the Zambia Research Institute, which is ZARI, of which I believe that ZARI in Zambia, they are also doing a similar project. I would recommend that you look into that so that you partner with them, because currently they've got a project, a similar project to what you are doing. They are looking at the physical as well as chemical properties of soil. And as a matter of fact, I think they've done Eastern Province, and they are now currently doing Western Province and also creating a database. So I think as a matter of validation, so that you are able to compare your results with their results, I think it would be good that you partner with them. Then the other thing is that ZARI at the moment also, they are also producing some inoculants. So it would also be good to learn from them. I think that is what I wanted to contribute. The last thing, I don't know whether I missed it, but I didn't see much of the physical characteristics on your results. So I don't know whether I missed it or they are there. I saw much of the chemical properties of the soil. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Maybe while the mic is moving on to the next participant, Prof, Doctor, would one of you like to take that? Okay, Prof, over to you, please. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Realmente, não é, a Zâmbia tem colaboração com o Instituto ZARI. A estudante está a fazer a pós-graduação, passou um tempo lá a fazer análise dos seus resultados. Foi um lapso não apresentar esta parceria com a Zari, mas estão a fazer. Em relação às análises físicas, não é? Nós nos concentramos ainda nesta primeira fase nas análises químicas e vamos continuar a realizar análises físicas. Sim.
Thank you. Are you satisfied with the answer, sir? Thank you. The next question over there.
Thank you, moderator. Thanks to the presenters. My name is Bartholomew Chataika. I'm representing CADESA. CADESA is the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa. It's more of a comment. Listening to the presentations, not only these presentations, but yesterday's presentations and the other day, I'm seeing the need for a lot of collaboration. Just to bring to the attention of this House, CADESA has coordinated similar research topics. The past 10 years, we were able to coordinate over 100 projects in climate smart agriculture, inoculation, and so forth and so on, working with the member states, including ZALI, including IIA. I think we have had some results. My recommendation is we should be able to publish as scientists, researchers, so that the subsequent research topics take advantage of what has already been done to improve on that. But I'm seeing a lot of collaboration, and I invite participants. I think we can work together so that we assist each other to improve the delivery of research in the region. Recently, we established a soil health hub in the SADC region. It's basically dealing with soil issues, and we are already supporting countries like Zambia as part of it, and all the member states in the SADC region. It's an opportunity for researchers to collaborate, and we should be able to work together so that we harmonize our research activities and we avoid duplication. But my main message is let's collaborate so that we together deliver the issue of food security in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very important comment. I think synergies are very important. Would you like to respond, Dr. Prof? Okay. All right. I believe there was the last question, a third question. Yes. Oh, okay. If you would allow us, there is one more. Yes, thank you.
Good morning, I'm Trevor Lumsden from CSIR in South Africa. Thank you for the presentations. Just a question for Prof. You mentioned that you had done some field-based training with the farmers on measurement techniques. Was that sort of like testing that they can do in the field, or was it more a case of training them how to collect the samples and send them off to a lab?
Okay, perhaps before you respond, can we just get the fourth one and then you can tackle them all at once. Over here.
Ok, bom dia, obrigado. Meu nome é João Alfredo, sou do Centro de Pesquisa e Desenvolvimento da Sonangol. Eu tenho um comentário e o segundo uma questão. Pelo comentário, gostaria, o professor esteve a dizer, da Universidade José Eduardo dos Santos, esteve a dizer que os testes moleculares têm sido feitos na Alemanha. No entanto, o Centro de Pesquisa da Sonangol está sendo criado, onde teremos diferentes tipos de laboratórios. E talvez seja o momento de nós termos sinergias para que os trabalhos, alguns trabalhos possam ser feitos também no Centro de Pesquisa, que será no Kwanza Sul, exatamente na cidade do Sumbe, próximo do Sumbe. Esta é apenas para dizer que futuramente podemos ter essa parceria. A segunda, agora a questão prende-se pelo facto de ter dito que talvez ter dito que tem feito trabalhos dos solos a nível das províncias em que estão alocados. Algumas pesquisas foram feitas e que encontraram alguns elementos em falta e que realmente têm dificultado o desenvolvimento de algumas culturas. A minha questão é, será que só têm feito pesquisa para culturas já locais que cá funcionam, que cá têm tido êxito, ou têm utilizado outro tipo de elementos de outros países que também possa ser que nessas terras venha a funcionar? Eu gostaria de ouvir um pouco sobre esta questão. Obrigado.
All right, thank you. Prof, are you taking both or are you taking one? Okay.
Tratar de responder ambas. A primeira questão é sobre os cursos, não é, que temos dados aos agricultores. Não sei se entendi bem. Pergunta se esses cursos têm sido práticos ou... Não sei se podia responder a pergunta, não consegui perceber bem o que é que perguntou. Mas os nossos cursos são teóricos práticos, muito mais práticos que teóricos. Por exemplo, para nós também, não é, temos conhecimento que há escassez de laboratórios para análise de
My
solo.
apologies, Prof. I'm so sorry. Can we, to repeat the question?
Não, mas já está. Eu vi quem fez a pergunta já concordou.
Is
com
it
a
fine?
resposta.
Okay,
Sim.
you may proceed.
Ia dizendo que há dificuldades com laboratórios para análise do solo, porque mesmo nos cursos onde vamos, nas províncias onde vamos, os agricultores perguntam, está bem, já é importante, mas se queremos analisar, onde é que devemos nos dirigir? Não é? Também fica difícil, às vezes, para nós indicar onde, porque há províncias que não têm laboratório. Nós estamos a criar o laboratório de solo do Sasscal, que vai funcionar fundamentalmente a prestar serviço aos agricultores familiares. Mas nós, no campo, ensinamos algumas técnicas para determinar o pH no solo. Não é? O pH é fundamental. É para saberem se o solo está a cultivar é ácido ou é alcalino. Isso sim, na prática, nós passamos essa experiência. E sobre a questão do estudo dos solos, se é só para culturas nacionais ou para culturas de outras altitudes, outras regiões, nós analisamos os solos, não é? Por exemplo, afloramos o que o solo tem de pH, de fósforo, de potássio, e pronto, as outras culturas vamos fazer o estudo das suas exigências, não é? Estão dentro dos nossos parâmetros do solo ou não. Ou seja, o estudo abrange, não é? Abrange tanto as de dentro como as de fora, porque as culturas têm as suas exigências de pH, de fósforo, de potássio. Qualquer cultura, então, se enquadra. Se tiver ácido, corrigimos. Se tiver escassez de nutrientes, aplicamos os nutrientes.
All right. There was a question from the representative from CSIR on what the training entailed. I don't know if that was already answered by Prof. Doctor, do you want to take that if it was not already answered? The question from CSIR on what the trainings that you conducted entailed. Or was it for Prof? So, did he answer? All right, no, then my apologies. If there are any further questions, I would invite you to please just maybe meet them at tea break and you can have a discussion on those. But I think at this end, this is all from us. Thank you very much. And over to you, Doctor.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for Ang Soils. We quickly move on. As I stated, we are now just going to step into the next session, of which I need to now introduce the next moderator for this session. I would like to welcome on stage Professor David Uchezubo. I hope I got it right. Perfect. Okay. Who is responsible for the NAST Eco project out of NAST? And I would want to welcome you on stage. And then on the same token, I would like to also allow him then to be able to bring on board the key submissions that will be coming from the PIs from the climate smart crops. Prof, you're welcome. And a round of applause for him.
Good morning. I'm here again. Yeah, yesterday the landlord was on my head with time. So today I'm the landlord. Yes. We have a climate smart group. Doctor, if I slaughter your name, I'm sorry for that. Dr. Kobo Lekakake. Lekalake. Sorry for the slaughter. Yeah. Lekalake. Dr. Lekalake is on her way. The next one is Professor Komewe Natanga. At least this one I got it. Komewe Natanga? Komeu Natanga. Okay, thank you. Professor Jean-Hena Cooper. It's not coming. Professor Christophe Nehus. Not coming. Okay. Thank you very much. At least today we're not so much harsh on time. Yesterday we cut the time to 7 minutes, 5 minutes, and so on. So we have 20 minutes for the main speaker and 10 minutes for the previous speakers, the next speakers. So you can take the podium. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rosemary Kobue Lekalake. So he slaughtered my name. Yes. There's nothing. This is the team. It's myself, Comain, and we have our Professor Cooper, who's in Germany, and he's not here with us. So this is the team. So research on climate smart indigenous plant species like Morama, which is Tylosema esculentum, and Kengwe, is ideal for battling desertification, climate change, food insecurity, and improving the livelihoods of the vulnerable populations where these plant species are utilized for food, fodder, cosmetic, and medicinal properties. The main objectives which guided the work packages, the first one, molecular and physiological characterization of Kengwe in its natural habitat in various areas of Botswana and Namibia. The second one, quantification of phytochemical constituents and the antimicrobial properties of Morama and Kengwe. The third one was plant biodiversity mapping of Kengwe and Morama in Botswana and Namibia. And then technology transfer, dissemination strategy, engagement of policymakers, and capacity building. So those were the 4 main objectives. Under these objectives, the first one, those were the specific work objectives. I will not go into them. We presented them in past meetings. So just to look at some of the results from this, we have the grafting of the watermelon to Kgengwe, and this was done, and we managed to publish a paper out of this work, and we have a poster outside if you want more details. The second objective had to do with quantification of phytochemical constituents, as well as to test for antimicrobial properties of these plants. We did qualitative data where we were looking at what phytochemicals are present in the plants, and we also did antioxidant activity, and we managed to publish a paper on that. Then we went further to quantify, and my colleague Umpelegesh is here. She was standing by our products for the past 2 days from her PhD work, which is not sponsored by Sasscal. She used LCMS to quantify the phytochemicals, and you'll find her poster out there. Then, why isn't it moving? I don't want it to become black. I'm pressing. Oh, there it is. Okay, we also did nutritional composition, where we did the proximate analysis, mineral and vitamin content, and we presented these results in past meetings. I will not dwell on that. It's not moving. Okay. The third objective was to investigate the antimicrobial effectiveness of the oil extracts of the seeds, and we have submitted a journal article for publication. We're waiting. And then the third objective was plant biodiversity mapping of Kgengwe and Morama in Botswana. Those were the specific objectives, and we have presented some of these results in past meetings. I'm going to pass. And then the fourth work package had to do with technology transfer, dissemination strategy, engagement of policymakers, and capacity building. Capacity building of students, we, in this particular, because this was a support project, we didn't really have students. We only had one student for under work package 1. Number 2 had to do with capacity building workshops for communities. We ran 3 workshops for 3 communities, Malwelwe, Kaudwane, and Sheikarawe. Then from Sasscal 1, we had trained 15 youth on technology transfer, where we were teaching them how to process the products that we produced. And so this particular, in this particular Sasscal 2, we followed up with them, and we found that they are doing minimal, they are not really benefiting fully on the technology. They're just not getting much from that. So we are planning to train them further. This thing is playing tricks. Okay. So for capacity building of researchers and scientists, this is where Professor Cooper from Germany is to train our researchers on database development We also have a professor from South Africa who's supposed to train our team on molecular physiological characterization. So these are pending. Publications, we have had these particular publications, as I said before. And then these particular publications were coming from Sasscal 1. You know how all of us here are saying we are going to prepare and publish. These were publications from Sasscal 1, and they were only published this year. The first one had to do with, it was an animal study where University of Manitoba was testing the plants using mice, and we found that Kengwe was found to be preventive of atherosclerosis. As you know, that is a cardiovascular condition. And then the other publication had to do with Tylosema esculentum. So these are posters that we have prepared, and they're outside. Those are the posters. And we have some draft chapters that we have submitted, and they're being edited in a book that is titled Processing Nutrition and Value Addition Principles of Underutilized African Foods. These are the prototypes that we developed, and you saw us. And this is this conference. And you have seen our prototypes and the potential. We helped you to taste some of the sweets. We didn't bring a lot of products, but these are the products that have been made out of the product. These are the maps. We also shared with you some fact sheets, and then we just brought like 3 policy briefs. This policy brief was prepared from Sasscal 1. We still need to do, Mrama is covered, we still need to do Kengwe. Partnerships, we have, we collaborate with NARDI, which is a National Agricultural Research Development Institute. And then we also collaborate with 3 of the communities. And then we are partners with UNAM and BTU in Germany, as well as University of Manitoba in Canada, where we have signed a memorandum of understanding to do similar work in future. What are some of the challenges? We had 2 very bad years. 2022, we had severe drought. We also had some wildfires that delayed the molecular work. And then literature-wise, in terms of when my colleague Magwei was trying to develop the maps, there were challenges in terms of finding literature on these plants so that he could effectively create possible areas where we can find these. And then the other challenge is that when we were trying to standardize with our Namibian counterparts, we could not have access to GIS basic data sets, but we hope this can be resolved. Why isn't it? Okay. So what are opportunities, business development potential, our team, because they could not access grants and funds, we are going to train them 20th to 24th October 2025. They're coming to Buang to be trained on business proposal development so that they'll be able to apply for grants. Secondly, we are trying to develop a database for these plants, as well as geotagging of collections for traceability of different sites. So, in conclusion, the results have shown the potential of climate smart crops potential under climatic stress conditions. We've shown that grafting susceptible watermelon on the wild watermelon rootstocks improved response to moisture stress and improved growth as well as yield. To overlay agroecological zones, a shapefile to the distribution maps developed is to influence decision-making on policy for sustainable production, precision agriculture. You know, some of the things that we have been doing when we went around, we found that especially in the Mamelwele area, they have a lot of morama in their fields. So it grows naturally there, and it's to encourage them to say, do not remove it as a weed, but rather allow it to propagate so that you can be able to harvest and sell. And so those are some of the things that we've been encouraging farmers. We develop food prototypes. They are good. They have good market potential. We did a willingness to buy in Sasscal 1, and for Marama, people were willing to buy it. So we managed to demonstrate that these products are actually good, and they can actually be used by the local communities to generate funds. And once we have trained them, like we have trained them on the different products, we have shown them that even if that product is not available, you can use melons, you can use watermelons to produce the same product, so that if there's no kengwe, they don't just sit back. They can actually use the same technology to produce those products using other fruits. So that, and then for Marama, we managed to demonstrate that even they can use peanuts if they don't have Marama. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for keeping to the time. Let's invite Prof Natanga to come and present.
Sambonani, Guten Morgen, good morning, bon dia, dumelang. Mwalelepo tu nawa, obrigado. I don't work for radio for obvious reasons. I prefer to know that someone is listening to me, and I should have evidence-based for that. So that's why you are here. I would need your response where necessary. So Komine Nantanga is my name, from the University of Namibia. I'm a co-PI on this project. I'll present what we did on the Namibian side. Let me see if I will succeed in changing the slides. That's what we have been given. We heard the word kenkwe, Karahari melon, that's what we worked on, not on the other melons. So we did not work on morama and all other products or plants that the Botswana side has worked on. This presentation is primarily to say thank you to Sasscal. Dankeschön. We started off with a lot of complaints, delay in funding, but here we are with some beautiful results, with very joyful hearts, with people who broke their flight virginities to come for the first time in a plane, to come for the first time in Rwanda. Thank you, Sasscal. Now I come to my specialization, which is killing. Food scientists kill. Do you know who they kill for? For you to eat. You give me a cereal grain, I'll kill it and may give you beer or cornflakes, we kill. You give us a cow, we may give you a nice steak, we kill for you. Yes, we may give you some live products which you kill yourself like an apple. You just use your teeth and kill it. We don't do it for you. So Kalahari melon seeds, that's what we worked on. This is not grown by anybody. It's actually weeded out in fields. Sometimes it grows in the wild, but it is nutritious. It grows in this desert when other plants fail. It is having that amount of protein. We heard about malnutrition. This was in 2023, when everything failed, fields had these melons. Aha. Those are things that were in the newspapers in Namibia. I don't need to say anything. While this one did not wait for research. So we characterized it and we collected some data in 6 regions in Namibia. Some of the characteristics that we found, how many seeds per melons and so on. Genetic diversity was conducted and we observed it. We killed the seeds. We made some soups, some what we call hot chocolate to diversify the forms of how people consume it. And we conducted consumer sensory analysis, and some of these products were highly liked. There's also a paper which you can read on those. The areas we collected our samples from in Namibia. Technology transfer. Again, we say thank you because now communities, some they do roast the seeds and consume it. Some regions, they just leave it for the donkeys and wild animals to eat. So we trained communities from cleanliness to how to prepare the seeds and make the products. So in several regions of Namibia, we went through and conducted the training. The students that participated in this project, of course, they were not directly funded. These are honors projects. They have to do a final year project, and they chose to work under this Sasscal funded project. One of them is that guy. He says, thank you to Sasscal. He says, thank you to Sasscal. She says, thank you to Sasscal. This even flew to Angola, Rwanda for the first time. They say thank you to Sasscal. A list of some publication. One is published, one is under review. Conferences, workshops, products and services, we have mentioned them. We have some manuals, user-friendly for the communities, of course not translated in local languages yet. Partnerships, Rosemary has mentioned some, but we are also saying from that we grew to even include other countries and submitted a proposal to the EU. And I don't think I need to say much about what has happened. You can make your own conclusions. Those are just my thoughts. Obrigado.
Thank you very much. Can give more hands of applause. Okay, question time. Question time. Do we have question for them? 1 or 2? We move on to the next section. I don't see any hand up. I see one there. You can get the speaker there, the mic. Another one, no other question? Maybe they are afraid of asking question. I'm not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My name is Simon Angobe from Namibia. My question is to Prof. Lake. I hope I pronounce your name correctly. You mentioned that you have some difficulties in terms of getting GIS data from Namibia. Maybe can we just be more clarity? Is it getting where the watermelon or the product that we are working on weight is, or what type of GIS data that you were needed? Thank you.
Okay. Do you have answer for them? Okay, there is another question. Okay.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Landlord, today. Yeah, I listened to you attentively yesterday. And let me also commend the presenters for the very insightful presentations, especially utilizing the things that grow in the wild, which for a long time they've just been weeds. And now we are seeing the potential benefits that could be accrued from them. So the question to the two presenters is that our region is grappling with huge bills to pay for medicinal products, issues that can create nutritional value to our population. So the question that I'm posing to them is that, have you worked with relevant line ministries in your respective countries to see how some of these commodities, some of the products that are coming from your research could be upscaled or tend to give that nutrition value, medicinal value, and get the right endorsement so that they could be, patented for our region. I'm saying this because some countries, some people from other hemispheres could come here and take them, and little do we know that we could lose anything, and total control on them, and yet so much work has been put to good use. So that's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in essence, they are saying the visibility. Do we have another one?
He's going to answer the first question.
Oh, the first question. Oh, okay.
Thank you for the question on GIS data sets. As per what our PIs presented, one of the things we had to do was to standardize, GIS mapping. So some of our partners in the GIS section of from the University of Namibia couldn't, come up with, standard methods that we can use, and even maybe share, basic data sets that could actually produce those maps. However, only GPS points for Namibia are the ones that we are using currently, but we can't see the suitability when it comes to areas of climate smart cropping. So that's where we are lacking currently, but I think it will be solved, with time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then the next question is on the visibility, patent, and the distribution and so on.
The first question on medicinal plants, this is where actually we were doing bioactive compounds like phytochemicals. We found under Sasscal 1 that one of the trees that we were working with, Mungongo, was actually protective against cancer. And then, so in this cycle, we had Manitoba, University of Manitoba found that they are protective against atherosclerosis. These plants are medicinal, and that's why we are interested in the bioactive compounds, because when you have these bioactive compounds, then you are able to find from research how they help. One of the things they do is that because they have antioxidant properties, they are able to actually attack cancer cells, and so cancer does not spread. What was interesting is that when we were working with communities in Shekarawe and we were sharing with them that tree mongongo cures cancer, they said, yeah, we know. So that was very interesting because they already have the knowledge. And sometimes when you go around working with communities, there was one project which I was a part of, which was useful plants, PUPP. When we were talking with one of the students who was from Buan student, and she was of that Sen community there, and I was walking with her in the bush, almost every plant she was showing the medicinal properties. This one the roots, this one the leaves, this one the flowers, this one the fruits. They have a lot of medicinal properties. We have just scratched the surface with these four. And one of the things, not only are they protective against cancer, we've already seen they are protective against atherosclerosis, which is a cardiovascular disease. They are antimicrobials, they are antifungal, all these different things. So, yeah. And one of the policy issues, you see, the other day our PS was talking about research turning into being communicated to policy makers. We had a stakeholders meeting under Sasscal 1. Unfortunately, our principals who make decisions usually will send junior officers who have no decision making. They cannot make decisions. And so we missed an opportunity because that's where we were sharing policy briefs and we were sharing all these results. But those were junior officers. They just come there, they listen to the workshop, and then they go. So those are some of the challenges, because when we wanted to share, to say, you know, like in Botswana, where people are allocated land to grow maize, in areas where maize will not do because of the climatic conditions, let us try to promote Morama, let us try to promote them not to remove some of these useful plants. So I don't know if I've answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answers. We've come to the end of this presentation. We can give them more hands of applause. Thank you. We will go to the next presentation. The next presentation is on antelope. We have one presenter there. Antelope is Emily Bennett. Emily Bennett from Botswana, and she's already on the podium. Thank you. You can come in. Thank you very much. 20 minutes.
Good morning, bon dia, guten Morgen, Dumela. Do I have a presentation? Oh, yes. Okay. We have a bit of a different project to what's been presented so far. Our focus is on antelope. The PI for this project is actually had to move to New Zealand, so I am the co-PI for Botswana, so I'm presenting on behalf of everyone because everyone else in the project is quite far away, other than our students, which we'll get to. So I'm going to try and give you some context for those who are mostly working on plants and agriculture. We are working with antelope, which I guess are also killers of plants. So our antelope have to move around the landscape and manage to secure the resources that they need. So they need to find water, they need to find food, they need to avoid being killed themselves, and they need to work within their own capacities. So we have a range of factors that influence the movement. So that's the availability of resources and conspecifics and predators. And these can affect the physiological state of the antelope, which in turn determines why they move. And then we can also have the motion capacity of the antelope, so how long their legs are, how much they need water, and that determines how they move. I see the problem. And so then they also have cognitive processes which determine where they move to. So their navigation and their understanding, their memory of the landscape. We'll get somewhere. Okay, where to move? I'm touching this. Believe me. So this determines how they move around the landscape. And these are feedback loops. Okay, so when we talk about physiology, one of the main things that we're looking at is body temperature. So you probably know from your own body temperature that it's not consistent throughout the day. So as we sleep, our body temperature goes down, and it's quite low early in the morning, and then it increases throughout the day. This is what we see in antelopes as well. So their lowest body temperature is early morning, and their highest body temperature is late afternoon. This is an image from a paper from one of our collaborators. So the dotted line is a healthy wildebeest that shows normal body temperature fluctuations throughout the day. And the solid line is a wildebeest that was experiencing drought. And so we see these large fluctuations in body temperature until at the arrow, sadly, this wildebeest actually died. So through body temperature, we can see how animals are coping with environmental stress and how it affects their physiology. So the objective of this study was to look at how 4 different African antelope species, which vary in their body size, their water dependence, their specialization, what they need to feed on, how they manipulate their physiology and their movement to cope with changing environmental conditions. So we looked at 4 different species. So from top to bottom, we've got the red lechwe, the waterbuck, the tsesebe, and the eland. And the lechwe are the most water dependent through to the eland, which are almost water independent. So we thought that the water dependent species would be more vulnerable to hot, dry conditions, that the selective grazers, those that need specific resources, are also more vulnerable, and that those that can't move so much are also more vulnerable. So these are the work packages that we went through. So we had to, I think everyone had this when we first started. There were some teething problems, administrative problems. So we ended up getting the funding in 2023 or the end of 2022. And then we started data collection in September 2023, which is when our PhD students registered. And we collected data for 18 months. And now we're in the processing, analyzing, and writing up phase, which the PhD students are going to take up to the end of next year to complete. So what we collected from these 4 different antelope species, we collared them, so we looked at GPS location. We implanted biologgers, so we looked at heart rate and activity, so how much they were moving. We looked at body temperature, so inside their body cavity, subcutaneous temperature just under their skin. And then we also had little temperature sensors on the collars, so we could see where what temperature they were experiencing compared to similar sensors in the landscape that looked at what temperature was available to them. So we spent quite a lot of time chasing antelopes and catching them, and then doing some surgery on them to implant and then remove these loggers. For 40 antelopes, and we did it all in 9 to 10 days at a time, so it was quite intense. So from this, we got 18 months worth of data from about 39 individuals of these 4 different species. So each of these data measures lasted a slightly different amount of time. So we just had high resolution data for the short amount of time, and then color data for the full 18 months. Okay, so these are just results for the different species. So these data were collected, so the Mahangu area of Namibia on the left-hand side, and then the Kwando and Mudumo areas on the right-hand map. So we were able to get a few different measures from the body temperature loggers as well as the movement patterns. So these are all fairly similar outputs, with a bit more variation in some species than others. Sorry, I originally had 30 minutes, so I'm just going through this. Okay, so this is an animation of the movement data that we got from the different species. So generally speaking, the sort of blue and purple dots are more water-dependent species, and then the red dots are more water-independent species. So something you can notice from the red in the middle, the eland, they're not really crossing that white line, which is one of the main roads, or the main road going through the Zambezi area. And then this is showing what we can get from these data sets where we merge everything together. So we've got movement at the same time as body temperature. And so what we can look at that is, okay, at what point does their body temperature push them to go and rehydrate, to go and have a drink? So they might forage further from water and spend a few days foraging, but then as they get more dehydrated, their body temperature goes up, and then they have to go and drink. So we can look at how their physiology and their movements are linked. So in terms of human capacity development, we've got 2 PhD students who are sat over there. Wave, wave. Clarissa and Zara. So they've been with us for 2 years. And we've also got a postdoc who's based in South Africa, Chiaro, who's helping with the data analysis and collection. So just going through their projects. So Clarissa, because we were taking 18 months to collect data, we started looking at data that we already had. So Clarissa's looking at space use and resource use of these species. So looking at how the different water dependency affects their responses to environmental and anthropogenic stresses. And so her first data chapter was looking at 3 species of antelope in the Moremi Game Reserve and how they responded to roads in terms of traffic, vehicle traffic, and predator traffic. And essentially, she found that they don't really care. So she was looking at roads, game drive roads, and it seems that most of these species weren't really affected by the presence of roads. But game drive roads are designed to be driven on for game viewing. So it doesn't mean that they won't be affected by roads, just that these particular ones didn't affect these animals. Sorry. Okay, then a second chapter is looking at Namibian species and looking at how different environmental resources affect their movement and their physiology. And she's got a poster about that, so please have a look at that. She's also, I hold over. Then looking at these responses to anthropogenic barriers, so how do animals cope with things like large roads, and how does it affect their movement and physiology? Then Zara has been, so they're both preparing their first manuscripts for submission. So she was looking at how zebra and tsessebe in the Okavango Delta vary their movement patterns in the day and night based on seasonal changes in temperature. Then she's going to be looking at high resolution accelerometry and lower resolution accelerometry and seeing if we can use both of those to look at movement and how those activity budgets vary with environmental conditions. And now she's got a poster out there on this one, which is about shading. When do antelopes look for shade to help them to thermoregulate and under hotter, drier conditions? So they've been presenting their findings at international conferences. Although they've got posters here, but they can talk, so please ask them questions. And we've had a publication on the framework around the concept that antelope is based on. So that was published on integrating physiology into the movement ecology of antelopes. We are involved in developing the Namibian Wetland Antelope Management Plan. So using the information that we've got, incorporating that to advise policy. We're working with our partners in Namibia are the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Tourism. And then we've got partners in several universities in Germany and through WITS and now University of Canterbury. So we had a meeting in June in Germany where we invited lots of very clever people to help us with how best to incorporate these amazing huge data sets into movement ecology, which is very productive. And so what we're looking at is under climate change, where we're seeing hotter, drier conditions, how are these antelopes going to cope and under what conditions are they going to be more stressed physiologically, and how are they going to adapt their movements, their behavior to cope with those stresses. So we will be publishing on this soon and for the next probably couple of years, because as we know, publications don't happen overnight. I guess that's, yeah, there we go, last slide.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Can we give her another round of applause? So you can sit down. Let's now start any question. Any question for her from the audience? I see one hand there. Okay. The microphone to that corner. Thank you. Do you have another one this side? Yes, somebody here. Okay, let's start from the person from the left. You don't have a mic? Okay, let's start
me?
from here.
Okay, then
let's
we
start from here.
That left, sure.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. It's a short question. When you were looking at the impact of the larger road, the one that's so the basically the highway, right, going to Zambezi, it looked like you were very fast, but it looked like the animals are sort of flocculating on that road, so they are constantly at the edge of that road instead of being more far away, and nevertheless they're not crossing. So why do animals gather there? People also gather there. There are fields there. Is it because they are feeding on the fields, or what? Yeah, how can you explain that pattern?
Okay, thank you. You can answer.
Thank you. So we haven't really looked into that yet. It's one of the things we still need to do. But what we saw is that they were moving up against the road and bouncing and coming back, but they were actually moving all over that area. I did sort of skip through that a bit because I didn't have much time. But so sometimes animals can be attracted to roads if, so like sometimes the grass along the edge is mowed, which can make it sort of more productive. But we didn't see that they were particularly attracted to the road. But we still need to do a lot of analysis on the like remote sensing and looking at which areas are most attractive, where they're going to be. So to be honest, we still need to do that work. We haven't done it yet.
Thank you. The next question, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Jonathan. So I was wondering, you said you lost a lot of data due to deaths. So I was wondering, is there a relationship between the antelope that were collared and had surgery and the other antelope? Were the deaths mostly the same, or is there not data for that? Because I just don't know how it works. I just want to understand.
So if I said that, that was a mistake. We didn't lose that much data to deaths. We had, I think, we had like 2 waterbuck, 4 waterbuck, 2 waterbuck that died that we think got eaten by crocodiles. We had 2 tsesebe that died, but it was a big drought. And we had eland we had to recollar. So we didn't lose many animals, but if you don't collar an animal, you don't know if it's died or not. So I can't really answer that question.
Thank you very much. Is there another question? I have a question for you. Okay. So my question is, you say you measure body temperature, you measure stress level, you measure water loss. Now my question is this, and you also said you chase these animals because they see you, they run. You chase them. And the animal that is running, the heat stress, so it will start already to build because it's not stationary, it's running. That's one. An animal that runs 10 meters away from where he originally was, the water loss in the body is already starting to change because of body biological processes in the body already started to change. Body temperature, the same. So what is the balance? Well, how do you differentiate? How do you differentiate an animal that was there? His body stress, everything is normal. You came, he saw you, he ran away, and you caught him there, and you measure body temperature.
Thank you. I was flippant. So we didn't measure water loss. It's not possible that we couldn't. We measured body temperature, we measured heart rate, we measured activity, and we measured subcutaneous temperature and movement. When I said we chased them, that's when we were, we have to use a helicopter to dart them. So by definition, we're chasing them. But I was being flippant. So we didn't, that's the only time that we actually interacted with those animals was when we implanted and when we explanted. So yes, that obviously has an effect on the physiological measurements, and it's something that we can look at because it's very interesting to know how much stress there is from capture. But for 18 months, we did nothing with them. So the 18 months is what we're considering. We're not using the data when we were chasing them.
Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. Okay. We have the next presenter, our presenters. We have VRPE. When they come, they tell us the meaning of VRVP. You see Emildo Silva, Professor Emildo Silva. Is she there? Emildo, or he? I don't know. Professor Emildo Silva is coming. The next person that is in that group is Dr. Michelle Fisonga. And the next person is Dr. Sasscal Julia Ox. Gilbert Silva. Gilbert Silva. If you are there, you can come as well. Is Gilbert okay? Gilbert Silva. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, we have the first speaker should be Silva. Okay, so you can take the podium.
Obrigado. So I'm going to speak in Portuguese. So the slides will be in English, but I'll be speaking in Portuguese. So, this one? Okay, this is the, sorry. Esta é, portanto, o conteúdo da apresentação, da nossa apresentação hoje, iniciando por aquilo que eu vou fazer agora, portanto, vou apresentar, fazer um apanhado geral do projeto. Nós temos também o salto já para o fim, temos o professor Jean-Pierre Calice, que depois vai fazer as observações finais do projeto. Entretanto, depois temos aqui as secções 1 até 3, que são as secções onde nós vamos fazer a apresentação dos produtos e projetos da parte angolana e também dos parceiros da Zâmbia e da Alemanha. Portanto, este é mais ou menos o que nós temos. Portanto, em termos de um apanhado geral do projeto, portanto, o VRP é um projeto que pertence a uma categoria diferente da maior parte dos projetos que vocês têm estado a ouvir aqui, porque é um projeto de capacitação, capacity building. Ok? Portanto, eu já referi, os parceiros que nós temos são a UNZA, a Universidade da Zâmbia, o outro parceiro que se junta à Agostinho Neto, à Universidade de Agostinho Neto, em Angola, é a Universidade de Friedrich Alexander em Nuremberg. Ok, thank you. Portanto, o objetivo geral deste projeto, de facto, era usar a capacidade que existem nas instituições de engenharia dos parceiros para criar uma rede regional capaz de oferecer serviços e também soluções de engenharia e tecnologia para os restantes projetos do Sasscal 2.0. Então, se nós quisermos... Bom, eu poderia já fazer uma pequena observação em relação a isso, que é a seguinte, né? Nós podemos olhar para uma network com uma composição de nós, e os nós, depois, de princípio, devem estar ligados por arcos, né? Então, eu posso dizer que, em termos de alcance desse objetivo, nós fizemos bastante naquilo que representa a construção da capacidade dos nós. Nesse caso, o nó regional, os nós regionais são representados pela Agostinho Neto e também pela Universidade da Zâmbia. Portanto, muitas coisas foram feitas, alguns investimentos a nível de laboratórios nos dois países, e podemos dizer que, deste ponto de vista, o nosso objetivo terá sido alcançado. Agora, é verdade que temos de ser honestos em admitir que muito mais poderíamos ter feito em relação ao funcionamento da rede. Portanto, se calhar iremos precisar de mais tempo, não sei se esta é a razão, ou poderiam ser outras razões também impeditivas em relação à forma como o projeto depois acabou por estar organizado. Portanto, uma forma de nós olharmos para o projeto VRP é, de facto, a realização de 5 subprojetos. Isto é uma informação que eu acho muito importante passar aos presentes, porque acaba por dar depois a este projeto uma característica que os outros projetos não têm. Para que nós estamos habituados a ouvir falar de projetos como o beekeeping. O tema e o tópico é o mesmo, pois temos vários parceiros a desenvolverem esses tópicos. Aqui não, aqui nós temos vários parceiros, mas cada parceiro a desenvolver um tópico específico. Então, acabamos por ter uma estruturação, um formato diferente da maior parte dos projetos. Portanto, a aproximação, a abordagem que nós escolhemos para a construção dessa capacidade foi feita na base de nós irmos ao encontro das necessidades dos projetos do Sasscal. E, portanto, para isso realizamos workshops aqui em Luanda, organizamos um workshop na Zâmbia, e, portanto, foi com base nesse workshop que a gente consultou os outros projetos para saber quais eram as necessidades dos outros projetos e um pouco mutualizar com a capacidade que já existe nas faculdades dos parceiros e encontrar soluções para esses projetos. Portanto, todo esse trabalho resultou na distribuição de projetos que vocês podem ver aí. Portanto, nós temos, no caso da Universidade da Zâmbia, um projeto ligado ao desenho de fundações em argilas, em condições de solos de argilas expansivas. Nós temos 2 projetos para a UAN, um deles ligado a uma colmeia inteligente. Temos também uma aplicação online que nós chamamos de Generic Database. E temos também para o parceiro alemão esta plataforma digital de uma network de competências científicas. O último projeto é um projeto que não tem características, depois mais à frente, depois nós vamos falar um bocadinho sobre isso, não tem características, tem muito mais características de um projeto de investigação do que os outros que eu me referi antes. Provavelmente alguém poderá perguntar porque é que 2 ou 3 projetos para Angola, mas a verdade é que, se calhar, o facto de nós termos realizado muitos workshops em Angola é que deve resultar no facto de acabamos por ter mais projetos para desenvolver. Agora, nós podemos olhar para o VRP também num outro contexto. E um contexto ou uma classificação, se nós quisermos, de projetos ou de produtos que resultam dos pedidos que foram solicitados pelos diferentes projetos. Tá? E, portanto, eu vou aproveitar para fazer algumas considerações, mas que têm um bocadinho já a ver com aquilo que poderá representar a continuidade, se for possível, do VRP no futuro. E, portanto, essa classificação em 2 grupos. No primeiro grupo, em relação às soluções que apareceram com base nos pedidos dos outros projetos, realmente faz-nos pensar que temos capacidade no VRP para, naturalmente, continuarmos em termos de capacidade, de construção de capacidade no futuro e em relação a esta possibilidade, né? Portanto, de sermos no futuro um projeto que poderá continuar exatamente na base de ser capaz de oferecer soluções tecnológicas e de engenharia aos outros projetos. Entretanto, eu posso dizer que uma segunda categoria de adquirirmos agora e poderá significar continuarmos também no futuro, tem a ver com projetos com uma parte maior e significativa da investigação. Portanto, nós chegamos à conclusão e aprendemos durante o processo e todo o projeto que, de facto, poderíamos fazer até um bocadinho melhor a nossa capacitação, em termos da região, se juntássemos a engenharia e a tecnologia, juntássemos também a componente de ciências. De tal maneira, temos projetos onde temos junto a ciência, a engenharia e a tecnologia. Portanto, acho que esta também poderá ser uma visão de futuro para o VRP adotar se realmente houver condições para a gente prosseguir. Pronto, a seguir então iniciamos a apresentação dos produtos e projetos de acordo com os parceiros. Iniciamos pela parte angolana, naturalmente. E, portanto, os primeiros 4 são realmente produtos e o último faz parte daquela categoria que eu mencionei antes de projetos que têm mais a componente de investigação. Começamos aqui por falar de dois produtos. Né? Um deles é um produto que nós chamamos uma mini estação meteorológica. Claro que é um protótipo muito simples, mas foi interessante. Mas foi interessante algumas conversas que nós tivemos a nível da exposição, de conseguirmos avaliar o potencial que se poderá ter no futuro, se nós pensarmos em aplicações à escala menor. Portanto, vemos algum potencial em relação a este produto aqui. O segundo produto que eu posso mencionar está ligado a um pedido feito pelo projeto WIRE. E, portanto, o problema que eles apresentavam era um problema de leitura em relação a uma escala, que eles têm que ler a variação da superfície da água quando penetra no solo. E, portanto, nós fomos capazes, em colaboração com eles, de desenvolver um sistema que faz uma leitura automática. Portanto, criamos um sistema IoT que ajuda exatamente a fazer essa leitura e a construir a chamada curva de infiltração. Eu, de facto, não iria apresentar detalhes em relação aos produtos, exatamente porque todos estes produtos estão expostos lá fora, portanto eu faço um convite a todo mundo. Na exposição nós temos estes produtos. Aqui neste caso é a que nós chamamos a colmeia inteligente, portanto é um produto que nós estamos a desenvolver conjuntamente com o projeto Beekeeping. E, portanto, é um sistema, outra vez, um sistema IoT que permite depois, de maneira remota, nós fazermos avaliação ou controlarmos alguns parâmetros críticos de funcionamento da colmeia que são determinantes para a produção de mel. Eu queria fazer só um pequeno comentário aqui, em relação a essas fotos que vocês estão a ver aqui, que de facto, ontem na exibição nós encontramos alguém, um senhor da Alemanha, que nos abordou e fez um comentário muito interessante. Diz que as abelhas na Alemanha não são tão ofensivas, uma pessoa pode meter a mão dentro da colmeia e não acontece nada. E, portanto, se vocês olharem para essas imagens aqui, o facto de nós escolhermos ir à noite para instalarmos a colmeia no apiário na Universidade de Ugés, no Ambo, é exatamente porque as abelhas estão a dormir nessa altura e achamos que era mais seguro fazermos isso à noite do que fazermos durante o dia. Portanto, as abelhas aqui não são assim tão pacíficas quanto são as abelhas na Alemanha. E, portanto, vocês, não sei se reparam, nós tínhamos um general aí a orientar este avanço que quase parece um cenário de guerra. O general que está aí é o professor Caliste, que depois vai vir aqui ao palco tecer algumas conclusões finais. O outro produto é uma que nós chamamos genérica database. Portanto, é uma aplicação online que automaticamente nos possibilita, num trabalho de campo, a gente, com alguma segurança, rapidez, fazemos a construção da base de dados, que depois pode ser gerida de maneira remota. Ok? Portanto, o produto que vem a seguir é mais o projeto e eu vou depois deixar o palco ao nosso Gilberto Soba para fazer a apresentação do quinto projeto do VRP.
Muito obrigado, Tonisha. Saudações a todos presentes. Meu nome é Gilberto Soba, estudante da Agostinho Neto. E eu estarei aqui para dar a continuidade à apresentação de um projeto que tem a ver com o monitoramento da erosão costeira na zona do Cabo Ledo, com recurso à tecnologia LiDAR e também a um sistema de videocâmera. Muito rápido. Bom, esta vai ser a agenda que vai guiar a minha apresentação, em que eu vou dar uma breve introdução sobre o contexto da área de estudo e o problema, e avançar assim com os objetivos deste projeto. Como disse o Dr. Nisha, que é um projeto que tem mais um sentido de investigação para a curto, a médio e longo prazo, não é? E também apresentar a metodologia e assim terminar com o estado atual do projeto e as futuras perspectivas. Ora bem, Cabo Ledo é uma área costeira que localiza-se na província do Icolo-Ibengo, mais a sul de Luanda, e ela é bastante famosa por ter um grande potencial turístico. Na verdade, faz parte dos 3 principais polos estratégicos para o desenvolvimento do turismo aqui no nosso país, e lá podemos encontrar vários resorts e hotéis e atividades turísticas, como por exemplo surfing. Mas fora disso, Cabo Ledo também apresenta uma riqueza ecológica de importância para o país, porque é uma zona protegida onde nós podemos encontrar ecossistemas frágeis, como por exemplo espécies animais, como tartarugas e algumas aves marinhas que usam aquela zona para a sua reprodução. Não menos importante, são as populações, as comunidades que vivem ao longo de toda aquela zona costeira e que têm a atividade pesqueira como seu meio de subsistência e também beneficiam dos ganhos que as atividades turísticas naquela zona proporcionam para eles. No entanto, Cabo Ledo, como qualquer área costeira globalmente, né, no mundo inteiro, não está isenta da vulnerabilidade para a questão do recuo da linha de costa. E este recuo da linha de costa na zona de Cabo Ledo tem criado riscos para a destruição de infraestruturas naquela zona, principalmente infraestruturas turísticas e também das comunidades que habitam ao longo de toda a costa. E associado a este problema vem ainda o caso que é uma área pouco investigada, o que significa que todas as soluções que as comunidades, as instituições locais tomam para tentar combater o problema não têm sido de facto eficientes, porque não existem dados concretos e científicos que podem ajudá-los a tomar decisões fundamentadas com ciência, não é? A imagem que vocês veem aí é praticamente uma perspectiva em vista para este, da praia, das falésias que existem naquela região. Mas para entendermos melhor o problema, eu vou apresentar aqui 2 mapas. Vocês podem ver mais ou menos 2 mapas que nós fizemos praticamente a comparação da variação da linha de costa. Na verdade, por não termos muita informação, dados científicos ou investigações já feitas na zona, tínhamos que ter alguma partida. E achamos que seria possível se comparássemos imagens, a linha de costa, o posicionamento geodésico da linha de costa ao longo do tempo, entre 2 anos muito discrepantes. Nesse caso, como veem na imagem, à vossa esquerda, vocês vão ver uma imagem de satélite que nós obtemos, né, imagens disponíveis, de 1991, usando a missão Landsat TM, e nós extraímos a linha de costa, e também à direita vocês vão encontrar uma imagem mais recente. Usamos o Google Map, o Google Satélite, que qualquer um de nós, a partir do seu telemóvel, pode obter, e extraímos também uma linha de costa. E o que é que fizemos? Tentamos sobrepor esta linha de costa para ver a variação, e foi nisso que gerou mais ou menos. Se olharem... ok, it's working. Ok. It's okay. Se olharmos para este ponto, em que tem aí o mais 200 metros, após fazermos a sobreposição das 2 linhas de costas, notamos que em algumas áreas já há um avanço da linha costeira de mais de 200 metros. E a pergunta que nós temos é, se de 91 a 2020 tivemos essa variação, e o que é que acontece daqui a mais 20 anos? Então este foi o fator motivacional para justificar a investigação nessa zona e assim gerar dados que sejam concretos e objetivos para ajudar as comunidades locais, os governos e administrações a tomarem decisões mais acertadas. Prontos. Os objetivos gerais, essencialmente, por ter pouca informação com relação ao recuo da linha de costa, foi primeiramente entender a dinâmica da variação dessa linha de costa. Especificamente, monitorar a evolução da erosão naquela zona. Vou recuar um bocadinho, porque é muito importante. Nós temos 2 áreas aqui nesta imagem, a primeira área é a área conhecida por Ponta Feche. Porque temos uma linha de costa que vai além de 4 quilômetros. Então tínhamos que dividir a área para podermos analisar de forma separada com as metodologias que eu estaria a explicar adiante. Então, a área mais a nordeste do mapa seria a chamada área a Ponta Feche e a área mais a sudoeste é a área da Praia dos Surfistas, que foi escolhida por nós como a área piloto para se iniciar o estudo. Thank you. Então, essencialmente o nosso projeto consistiu na escolha da área da piloto para se fazer a análise da evolução da erosão costeira e instalar um equipamento de videocâmera para uma monitorização contínua da zona e também fazer alguns voos com drones usando sensores LiDARs e também RGB para analisarmos um bocadinho as mudanças topográficas, a taxa de sedimentação, zonas de risco para podermos ter dados confiáveis e ajudar as comunidades locais a fazerem, a tomar as melhores decisões informadas com base em resultados científicos. E a metodologia essencialmente era esta. Com os drones nós podíamos ter modelos de elevação digital e de terreno para podermos analisar um bocadinho as falésias, as praias e as dunas, a sua variação ao longo do tempo e também o sistema de videocâmera para podermos analisar, por exemplo, dados hidrodinâmicos, né, as características das ondas e também a posição ou do perfil entre as marés. Atualmente o projeto, na verdade, depois de nós fazermos as nossas primeiras visitas naquela zona para analisar o problema, nós tivemos que associar alguns parceiros para nos ajudarem, né? E neste momento temos estudantes, dos quais também eu faço parte, a analisar, a aprender como trabalhar com o sistema de vídeo monitoramento da costa, com alguns especialistas na Universidade de Eboloa, em Camarões. Também temos o grande apoio da Universidade de Tecnologia de Compiègne, em França, através do Dr. Kaliska, que se encontra, que tem passado a sua expertise em termos de tecnologia, dessa engenharia toda em termos de fotogrametria e as restantes. Também temos o Carpe Diem, que prometeram-nos entregar alguns dados iniciais de vídeos que eles já fizeram captura para que nós pudéssemos analisar. Mas a nossa futura perspectiva é instalar um sistema de videocâmera permanente, porque acreditamos que esse projeto vai ser muito importante por ser o primeiro praticamente a ser aplicado aqui no país e a longo prazo será importante para servir de modelo para outras áreas costeiras do país. E a título de conclusão, de dizer que nós, na verdade, entendemos que este projeto vai ter uma característica muito fundamental para tornar Cabo Ledo um símbolo ou um modelo para gestão ambiental e gestão costeira e também ter algum significado científico, né? Porque a área é pouco estudada e com base nisso podemos transportar o conhecimento que obtemos aqui para as outras áreas costeiras que nós temos no país e tornar assim Cabo Ledo um modelo de resistência e adaptabilidade a essas questões relacionadas com a erosão costeira e o recuo da linha de costa, essencialmente. É tudo que eu tinha para falar. Agradeço a vossa atenção. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. We are starting now to adjust the time because we have time. We're supposed to finish 11. You can come. I will give 5 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to present for Zambia, the part of Zambia. Some things I'll just skip them. So the Zambian part, we are working on the expansive soils. When there is this climate change, we need to know where to build. That is our area of study because people, they have just been building, like in Zambia, we like using the bricklayers or the builders in short, but they don't know what the earth carries and what it can hold in terms of the stresses coming from the structures. So they need to understand what, if they were to build such a building or a construction, what is going to happen, or in such an area or such kind of soils. So here we are dealing with expansive soils. So there is an area in hello? Okay. So there is an area in Zambia called Shimabala. All the houses, there are about 60 houses in that area. Almost only 2 houses, they don't have cracks in that area because the rest of the houses, they all have cracks. So I got an interest in that area to study why these soils are causing that kind of failure in those structures based on the studies that we have been doing before in other countries. Okay, so you can see what is it? It's going to work here. Okay. You can see, oh, no, it's this one. You can see in those photos that are there that all the houses, they have cracks. So we did even a survey in that area. But what is causing that is the natural foundation. So when we are constructing, we need to understand what the natural foundation holds and what are the minerals that are within that area. So you can see what causes this. This soil, what happens with it is that when there is rainfall, it accumulates water. So it starts swelling because they are what we call the clay plates. So in those clay plates, the water accumulates and they start swelling because of the mineralogical composition. So if, for example, we construct during the dry season, we need to know that the ground has also capillary water. So the capillary water will raise and the soils beneath the foundation is going to have moisture, and that moisture will cause the soil to swell. And those fractures will start, mostly to look for the weakest points in the building. But in this area, you find that even if you try to do like the reinforcement above, you are going to have cracks because the foundation, the natural foundation, is already problematic. So we need to find what are the solutions for that. And these soils also, because they accumulate a lot of water, due to when they get water, they start closing up the pores. So they are also impermeable. You find that the permeability for this soil is 11 times 10 to the power 12, somewhere there, meters per second, so which is very low. But that also can be used in other area. For example, this area, if we knew before, we could have used it as a dump site because we can avoid the influence of leachate into the groundwater because they are good at that. So these are our objectives. We try to characterize what is the mineralogical composition of this soil. Do they belong to the smectite group or what? What type of soil? So in these soils, oh, sorry. This is a field photo because Sasscal helped us to purchase some laboratory equipment, and also we have the in situ equipment, which is the rig that we bought. So that is our field photo when we went in the field. Okay. So now we can see this soil is good. If you do the test during the dry season, you find that the bearing capacity is very good. But if you do during the rain season, the bearing capacity is very bad. It goes actually into what we call soft soils, which is mud. But how can you build on mud? So if you build during the dry season, the building will be stable. But what happens if there is a lot of water? Then you are going to have another problem. So the people who are building there, they have to know what is the implication when they do construction in this area. Okay. So we characterize this soil. It belongs to, 1 minute, okay. No problem. We characterize these soils and we find that they are fat clays, the top soils. So we did the bearing capacity to evaluate why are they making mistakes in that area, and we find that the foundation that they are using in that area is not adequate. So we have done also the mineralogical composition. So the major minerals that are there is notronite, and we have multimorillonite. Also we have the metastable, what we call the vermiculite, which is in transition. So this is the notronite, the XRD and the SEM, and this is the multimorillonite. Those are the major. So this is the what we did. We did the survey, field survey, to ask what do they know about this. The people in that area, they know what is the problem, but they don't know how to solve it. So they have their own method of doing things, but their method are problematic. So in terms of human capacity, we have trained a rig operator, also our laboratory personnel who works with us in the university was trained. Though didn't have students in this project because this project is costly. And if you find those who are doing these tests in Zambia, it's very expensive to do this work. And the many people, they can't do, or those communities that are living in that area, they can't do these experiments. So they would just decide to build. Okay, so we have characterized the soils for the entire country, but we have only worked on the red part, which is the expansive soil. So you can see that the larger part of Zambia has got many problematic soils in terms of some they are collapsible, like in the western province of Zambia, and that goes into Angola and Namibia. So they may have the same problems in this area to construct. So in this area, but the soils in this area are easier to treat. But those clays, they are complex to treat. You need a person who understands how to treat those soils. So also, I would end and say, engineering, I don't believe engineering the way we think about it. I think engineering is a dream. Engineering is a dream, and the real engineering is the earth dynamics. So if we could understand the earth dynamics and the ingredients that are in the earth, it is easier to solve the problems because we don't understand them, or even when the hurricane is going to happen, if we don't understand it, then we can't solve the problem. So I would end there, and because we don't have enough time, we'll wait for questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You can see, we'll come to question time. Let's quickly go to the next presenter. Thank you.
Five minutes on your scale from yesterday should be enough. No, yeah. No, just joking. Good morning, everyone. So you almost made it. Final presentation. I would like to introduce the platform of the VRPE project, and to do so, let's take a look back at the objectives of this project. So we had Sasscal 1.0 in the last decade. Now we got Sasscal 2.0. And both of these projects or groups of projects gathered a lot of knowledge. And this knowledge went into scientific papers. You introduced many of your findings over the last 3 days. And we also got many degrees. We saw like how many PhD students, master students, and so on carry on this expertise that is gained through this project. But the question is now, how do we get this knowledge into the communities, to the people who are experiencing the elephant in their field, who have to get along with the changing conditions due to climate change, who are trying to grow crops that have been used for their lifetime, but now they don't grow anymore due to changing conditions. And to bring this knowledge into these communities, that was the goal of this VRPE scientific platform. And so how do we approach a platform like this? Our design approach was to use our 5 projects that we got introduced during the presentation, these PDDE projects as pilot projects, in the end to build a platform that can be applied for the knowledge that is gathered in all your projects and also from Sasscal 1.0 and other sources of knowledge. So the idea is to get all the relevant knowledge into the platform and in the end to the users in the field. What were we doing in VRPE? We had the low-tech IoT formats, guidelines, workflows, content from the community management, and so on. This is basic knowledge on how to run a community on a platform. And from the people in the communities, we wanted to know what are their content preferences, how to FAQs, how should this be designed for them. And based on this, we developed the design requirements, 6 in total. So for example, inclusive accessibility, local language and cultural integration, community-centered knowledge exchange, and so on. I'm just going to introduce you briefly to 2 of them as an example. So for inclusive accessibility, what do we mean by this? If we talk about literacy, we don't want a platform where everything is just in written word, but it has to be available also that you can just use it in an audio-based format. That we also acknowledge the offline and low data operation needs if we go out in the countryside where we don't have good network coverage and so on, that the platform also works in these environments. And as a second example for the design requirements, the local language and cultural integration. So we actually need to make sure that for everyone who's applying this platform, in the end, it's easy to understand what is provided by this. This means on the one side language, but also that it is provided in a trustful form, that I get, for example, local experts, local authorities, and so on, that are trusted, that they provide their support for this platform. Now I would like to just give you a brief video introduction of the platform, how it actually looks like. So we got a running prototype. Here you can see this is the desktop version where we have all kinds of guidelines that support people facing challenges due to climate change. They can look, and in the community area we have the chance to actually give out requests. So if I'm facing a specific problem, I have the chance now to set a request and see if someone else in the community, maybe in my area, but also in other areas, other countries, can support me. That's the version we are offering as a mobile or desktop version, but we also got a mobile-oriented version, which is very much oriented to people who are not able to read, and this version is completely auditive. So we just apply flat icons and audio support. So whenever you hover over any of these buttons, you get the information read to you. We use several of pictures. Here we got the example with the expansive soil as well. And in the end, you can find your way through the platform without being able to read by just hitting the audio buttons and make sure that you get the information in this way. Last but not least, a bit about the teaching and outreach of the project. So what I very much enjoyed, the corporate summer school we had together with the University of Zambia, where we didn't have the summer school here in Zambia in Africa, but in Germany and Europe. And yeah, I had a few pictures of this are here available as well, where we made sure to also gain interest and gain awareness for these topics with German PhD students who were looking for specific topics for their PhD projects, that this could be something also in the context of the Sasscal project. Yeah, here we go. And I hope I was in the 5 minutes, so thank you very much, and handing over to you again.
Thank you. Thank you. Give them a hands of applause once more. Thank you. Okay, question time. Any question can be directed to any of them? Question from the left, from the right? Any question? Okay, I have one. No question? Okay, one is here. Speaker or mic, anyone? Any question from the left side? Microphone? Another one to next person. Okay. No, we can't.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentations, and they are very capturing and advancing as it moves forward. What I just wanted to comment, maybe not a question, but I would like to see more of artificial intelligence as we move forward, integrated in the entire scope that the colleagues are presenting.
Okay, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence applies across all field of study. Which area are you referring to the area of interest or generally? Okay. Is there anywhere artificial intelligence can come into what you have done? She's asking.
Maybe before Zambia answers, can I before Zambia?
Okay. Okay.
So Zambia is my northern neighbor. I'm here, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now another question, then you answer the two.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Zambia. Thanks for the presentations, right from Silva to the other colleagues. But my specific question is to colleague from Zambia. Your study is very, very interesting. You know how the soils and the infrastructure. I think we need to give it more attention because I'm the climate change coordinator and was one as well as a Sasscal board member. So the challenge we normally encounter is that we say our infrastructure is vulnerable to climate change, and yet we have not done this homework that he's saying, or we have not put the information that he generates to good use. So I think my question to yourself, sir, is that to what extent have you taken this information to the authorities? I mean, your planners, so that when they allocate plots, your surveyors, so that when they demarcate or they zone residential, places, they take that into consideration because, we just build up haphazardly, because we have the money, we can actually overrule, the very, very important advice that you give. So, and I think it's more regional because some of the soil types could be coming, to our part of the world. So it's quite imperative that some of the studies can be turned into policy documents that can inform. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, may I as well ask my question, the third one, so that you can address it at the same time, because my question also goes to you. My question is this: you're talking about capillarity in building. I know where I come from. They take care of that by having a plastic ceiling. At a point on the soil, before it goes, they have a plastic ceiling. It could be thick plastic ceiling to cut off the capillarity. That is one. The next thing they say is it could be, if you see that crack could come from the structure of the texture of the cement used in that building. Though these village people use poor quality cement and so on. So did you consider that when you are making your research? Thank you. So who will come first?
Ok. I'm going to speak in Portuguese, right? Não, eu vou segurar o exemplo da colmeia inteligente. Portanto, nós temos esse sistema IoT que permite a monitorização de parâmetros essenciais para o funcionamento da colmeia. Naturalmente, quer dizer, nós estamos a desenvolver isso em parceria com outros projetos que têm o conhecimento específico, no caso das abelhas, não é? Mas ainda não chegamos, mas é a nossa intenção exatamente avançar para uma fase em que com os IoTs nós vamos produzir um certo volume de informação e, portanto, vamos tentar usar técnicas de inteligência artificial para depois podermos utilizar modelos que nos vão, de alguma maneira, permitir fazer uma certa previsão antecipada de alguns. Agora, o que eu queria dizer é que, porque é que nós dizemos isso e estamos confiantes de poder fazer isso, porque nós estamos a construir em cooperação com algumas universidades tecnológicas francesas, estamos a construir um ecossistema de investigação e formação que nos permite exatamente nós envolvermos muito mais estudantes para começarmos a transitar para uma fase de capacidade de modelação que, de princípio, vocês podem ver os produtos que nós desenvolvemos agora são produtos mais a nível dos dispositivos ciberfísicos para nós usando sensores, usando microcontroladores, para obtermos os dados. Portanto, ainda não chegamos, mas esperamos muito em breve chegar a uma situação em que, com a quantidade de dados que vamos poder produzir, naturalmente vamos, de certeza, construir a capacidade suficiente para usá-los e sermos capazes de construir modelos para fazer previsões.
Thank you. I hope you are satisfied. The person that has a question. Okay, you can go ahead.
I'll start with your question, sir. What I can say is, first of all, I'll start with a problem in Namibia that was explained yesterday, which is the Ishana, I think something like Ishana. Yeah, here is the key thing. First of all, when we look at the soils, the soil profile that they presented yesterday, you look at on top there is gypsum. Then there was someone who said he come from that area, and there, below, when they dig, they find water. It is salt. So what is happening in that area is that they have sodium sulfate salt. I'm not sure, but this is what I can suspect. Something like thunanite, something like that. That's what they have in that area. So that gypsum they are finding on top is what comes from the reaction between the calcite that they have on top and the sulfates that is below. So when the water rises up, that causes that gypsum to be formed. So in that area, it's a very tricky area to deal with based on engineering. So it has to be solved in a proper way. So what I'm trying to say is that all soils have got their own properties. So we need to understand each soil differently and what treatment can we give it and what solution can we give it. We can't give the solution that was used somewhere else without understanding the soil itself because the dynamics changes. So we have to pay attention to that. Then coming to the policy brief, I'm very technical. I can't write a policy brief. It's better to involve people like we will involve Sasscal to help us. We'll write something technical, then we ask Sasscal to help us to write a policy brief because we can mess up something. That's what I can say on that. Then I'll come to the question that you gave me, like Nigeria. Yes, that's those solutions. We know those solutions. But the issue is that when you have, for example, we can isolate the soil. Now, when you isolate the soil, when you put something like to cover up the capillary, right? When are you doing it? So we need to know what is the time we can do that. Because what we want to maintain is the moisture content to remain the same. So when we put that blanket there, it means we have isolated it and we maintain the moisture content below. But if we build like in the dry season, that problem will propagate and it will go, even if you change the cement ratio, cement aggregate ratio, that problem is going to propagate. Because actually this building, we can transport it and take it somewhere else. That will not affect the building if we are moving it at a slow pace. But what causes those buildings to fail, it is differential movements. The other side, you have a lot of those expansive soils, they are swelling. Then it is pushing. This one is stable. So that push will create tension in the building and the building will crack. That is what is causing it. So we know all those solutions, but we have to look at also the community living there. What is their source of income? Can they manage
And what solution can we give them for them to survive? Because most of the people who are living there, I don't think so maybe they are working somewhere where they have a monthly income, I'm not sure, unless we ask. Maybe 2 or 3 houses, and those houses we couldn't access them because the people there, they were resistant with our research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's no other question, we'll give them a large hands of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have come to the end of this. You can go. We have come to the end of this, and we'll hand over to the chief operator, so they can announce the next moderator. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another big round of applause for Prof for the moderation. Yeah, since time is no longer on our side, I think the next logical thing to do would be to break for a coffee break or a health break, because it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody's going to take coffee. So we shall now break for coffee and for a health break for about 20 minutes. So we should be back in here by 20 minutes to 30 minutes, 20 minutes to 12. Is that okay? Okay, so let's make it quick. I think the tea is still warm.
yorire ngoma bavana vai tererai munzwe yorire ngoma jayane mandara mururu nembeterwa yorire ngoma jayane mandara mururu nembeterwa yorire ngoma magwane usozvopindirana mito nemitumba yorire ngoma magwane usozvopindirana mito nemitumba yorire ngoma shasha yetsuremirane papapo menyambira nekokoko yorire ngoma shasha yetsuremirane papapo menyambira nekokoko yorire ngoma yorire ngoma magwane uzvozvopindirana mito nemitumba yorire ngoma shasha yetsuremirane papapo menyambira nekokoko yorire ngoma yorire ngoma chinzwa shaura zvikomana shaura shaura zvisikana shaura Shaura zvisikana shaura Zimbabwe shaura Zimbabwe shaura we kana Mozambique shaura Botswana Botswana we kana Namibia shaura Yezo Namibia shaura yorire ngoma yorire ngoma mu Africa Bana Zambia. Zambia. Angola way. Angola way. Shaura Tanzania. Shaura wo. Shaura Tanzania.
Simona wafwe ziwafunizala Simona wafwe mahisi zambi wa mambata Simona wafwe ziwafunizala Simona wafwe mahisi zambi wa mambata Simona wafwe ziwafunizala Simona wafwe manyisi zambi wa mambata Simona wafwe ziwafunizala Simona wafwe manyisi zambi wa mambata
We will restart. We are confident that the tea was warm, has said Dr. Tasheba. I will call to lead the next panel. Human capacity development. My friend from Zambia, Dr. Patrick Chikot, a SAC member from Zambia. SAC, it is Scientific Advisory Committee. Please, Dr. Chikot, come here to introduce your speakers.
Welcome back from the healthy break. I'm sure we had a lovely coffee or tea or water. Thank you. So I'm Patrick Chizachkoti. I'm from Zambia Agricultural Research Institute, the largest government-funded research institute. We develop technologies in crops and soils. I'm also the assistant director there. Thank you very much. So I'm sure we'll have a wonderful time with our presenters. I just want to call the first presenter, Mr. Christopher Mutonga. Please come forward. He will present to us assessing climate change-induced groundwater vulnerability to drought on the Upper Zambezi River Basin using hydrological indices. Mr. Mutonga? Okay. The second one is Mr. Jonathan McBees. He will present to us data management and databases, role and use of the BIMS database. Okay. Kevin. Which Kevin? Oh, it's Kelvin, not Mutonga. Okay. All right.
You can introduce everyone.
All right.
He will be the first.
Okay, thank you. The third one, Ms. Nzala Kalimbika. Please come forward. She will present to us evaluating the impact of biochar on carbon sequestration, emissions, and crop yield in sorghum cowpea intercrop in Gwembe and Sesheke districts. The fourth one, Ms. Gloria Malanda. Please come forward. Ms. Gloria Malanda. She doesn't appear to be here. The fifth one, Dr. Teopa Badifile. Are you around? Okay, thank you. She will present to us Community Conservance, Western Zambia Park and Samahala Community, comparative awareness, utilization, and perceived effectiveness of traditional ecological knowledge in Lua National Park and Samahala Community Conservance, Western Province. Is that, yeah, is that what you're presenting? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we have the 5 presenters to do the presentation. I also want to recognize Mr. Stephanus. You are there? Who's Mr. Stephanus? Okay, yeah. Okay, so the first presenter will present for 12 minutes and then 7 minutes for the others. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Kevin Stefanes and I'm waiting for the less difficult one to come up. Okay. Oh, it's that side. I'm not sure if I'm doing it's not available yet. Okay, while we are waiting for the presentation to show up, I work for Sasscal in the regional secretariat as basically the coordinator of human capacity development activities in Sasscal in the Department of Science and Technology with Dr. Dacheba. I think he's around. He's been so nice to me this week. Oh, he's been so nice to me this week because thanks to the presence of the bosses and the bosses' bosses. All right. All right, yeah, here it goes, yeah. So then I was given 10, 12 minutes or so. So yeah, will not take a long way. I've just been tasked to talk about a brief overview on how we approach the human capacity development program in Sasscal. So why we do it, it is core part of Sasscal's mission to contribute to the regional knowledge economy. This is in Southern Africa. That is the main reason. Its intention is to support policymakers, academic institutions and practitioners, and then it also aligns with the regional goals like the SDGs, largely 13, SADC, and the Agenda 2063, which I hope to see. Okay, so that's one. And then how we do it basically is through four ways. One is the graduate studies program development. That's one of the ways by which we contribute. Secondly is, again, scholarships. And then thirdly, academic and non-academic training or short courses, as we have seen in many of the presentations. And then we, at the end, we are also very interested at trying to develop the alumni network. And these are all our potential clients. I hope you will not reject our invitation to join the Sasscal alumni network so that we remain in touch. So, regarding the graduate program development, I think we have got the first one, which was established in 2022. hosted at the Namibian University of Science and Technology. I'm happy that the DVC is here with us, Dr. Stanley, Colin Stanley. Yeah, so I think we have started it. We thank you for hosting this institution. We have partnered with the IGC, IW, International, ICWRGC. That is an acronym we use for the International Center for Water Research and Global Change in the Federal Institute of Hydrology in Koblenz. Yeah, so, and I think we have recruited 13 candidates, started with the pilot program with funding from the old BMBF, we now BMFTR, so we also evolve with the acronyms as we go. So we have enrolled 13 candidates. We also need to thank NAST for hosting it. They have, they were the guinea pigs, so they've paid all the school fees. So when we move to Angola, then at least they would be a good resource to at least advise where the pitfalls are. Currently, we have got 13 candidates that they are there. They have started graduating. First one already was shipped out. Next week, on the 15th, we will still probably cut the number in half, and then that's how they will continue to do. We started at a very difficult time during COVID, and then, but I think they have weathered the storm. And then thank you to all the partners. Again, although we have got a German partner, we are also supported by Southern African partners. So they use a 3 model of 3 candidates, local from NAS, Southern Africa, and then German supervisors come together to coach the students. So this is why what they get as, that's the best kind of, in our view, and of course, it's the kind of training they can really get under supervision. So that's what, one of the main features of this program is the 6 months mobility. So I think they need to spend a semester with the German promoter on that side, and then to do some of their work. So this is exactly what they are going to do. They came back, they all went to mobility, they came back, and then now they're finalizing the work and graduate. I think, again, with this generous support from BMFTR, we will now go towards the second call for next year. We'll launch the second batch. We'll also rely on this big network that we have now that was created by Sasscal 2.0, so that we can also get more candidates into NAST. What we do is we take, as you see, a group of people from all the member countries come and then share this experience together. They all leave much better versions of where they came. We also thank NAST very well because they provided them with world-class facilities, and then everybody that goes there wants to become a student again, but again, it's their time. Yeah, okay, so it is based on these examples and then these success stories that we are now here today, moving over to launch the second graduate studies program on Saturday in Wambo, and then, yeah, so I think that will now be, which will focus on agriculture, food security, and land management, hosted at the University of Jose Eduardo dos Santos in Wambo. That is another milestone which we have achieved, and then we want to continue to do more. We will follow the same model, so we also encourage us to send our interested students next when the call goes out, so that they come. The medium of instruction will be English, but those from other countries, other member countries, would not only go back with a paper, they will also go home with the Portuguese language, which is a big plus. That we so this is what we do. The main regional integration and collaboration, the spirit that we have created under these research programs, is what we want to continue under the graduate studies program. Yes, so that is basically what we do under the graduate studies program. Under the scholarships, again, we have got the SGSP, or the Sasscal graduate studies programs, are fully funded. They come with a fully funded scholarship, and then that's one. And then, of course, the others we harvest from all the programs that we do. I think this Sasscal 2.0 has also done really phenomenally well because they are also embedded in to enable the candidates we see here. We have also, as Sasscal, as part of the decarbonization drive, involved got into some of the specialized initiatives, looking at the green hydrogen program. Again, in Namibia, this is what we've done. This is an agreement, a bilateral agreement between Namibia and Germany, in terms of which to start developing the green industrialization kind of program. There we had a scholarship component that we are running. Again, we have got over 660 scholarships for Namibians since 2023. It was started there, and then for masters and again TVET. Half of them are masters candidates, half of them are TVET, and then they 5 minutes. Okay, I need that because to be kept in check. Yeah, and then also TVET scholarships, and then we also have others from the We Must. These are additional projects from which we also get scholarships. So that's one of the things. Here we are, just what was presented, but we'll still get back to you. The Sasscal 2.0 has also achieved about 104 students. Yeah, it would be happy if it were 140. This is the country distribution. I think 34 from Namibia, 9 from Angola, and then bulk of them, the 54 out of 104 were master students, and then 2 postdocs, and half of them were PhDs. So this is the distribution. What we need to do hereafter is to know, to go beyond these numbers and then say, this is so-and-so, they're doing what, and where are they, so that we can also track the performance going forward. So that is what we do. Again, for short courses and non-academic training, I think these two we harvest, we embed them through the graduate programs. Sasscal 2.0, it was a lot of short courses and community trainings were reported. We need to collect them and then aggregate them and also report them as such. And then also from other specialized initiatives that we run, we also do this. Again, the fourth one is the alumni network. We want to remain in touch with all the Sasscal funded candidates and students. We want to move that journey. We have so far started developing a database, and then, I mean, through the notes from the Sasscal 2.0 portfolio, we'll continue to gather, compile the information database so that we can continue the journey together. We want, all of us would become the best ambassadors of Sasscal. That is what we need to do. Again, in terms of structure and partnerships, national nodes we have across the countries. We have got an open access data center, which we really want to, we want all the output of this to go to the open access data center. I think my colleague will talk about that, so that we can continuously supply the graduate schools with data and information so that they can be able to work better and easier. And they also coordinate data standardization and knowledge exchange. Again, we have established a number of MOUs with academic and non-academic institutions to collaborate on training and research capacity development. If they are outdated, we are prepared to renew them, and then we are also willing to start new ones so that we can continue this journey. So please don't despair. We are here together. The other one is, as next steps in closing, we would like to follow this good example by developing and implementing the remaining SGSPs in the member countries. Now it's 2 out of 5. Now we want it to be 5 out of 5. So we want full score, and then so that we can continue the thematic capacity development and research. At least I'm looking at board members and then so on, so that they are the ones that should make it happen, and then tell us, so that we can also continue to consolidate the SGSP and alumni network, a broader community of practice, and also scale up non-academic training programs. The last but not least is we need to find a way. We don't want to lose this good work we've seen in the last couple of days, and then we would really like this output or results to help strengthen the graduate studies program, so that we can link them through data, and also for your presence. We will call upon you for supervision, for research, and so that we can continue to build these graduate studies programs. I think with that, I should probably end here. My time is also probably up. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephanus, for the overview of human capacity development. So we switch gears now. We call upon Mr. Mutonga, please.
Can I start? Good afternoon. So my name is Christopher Mtonga. I'm a PhD student at the University of Zambia under TPEC project. My supervisor is Professor Kawabanda. So my topic is assessment of climate change-induced vulnerability to drought in the Upper Zambezi River Basin using hydrological indices. So thanks to Sasscal for the sponsorship. So this is my presentation outline. I won't dwell so much on it. Everyone can see it. So introduction. So the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has already predicted global monthly surface temperatures to increase by 2 to 6 degrees. This is between 1961 and 2100. So looking at the time space we are in, this is already in effect. So what does this mean when there's such increases in surface temperatures? So we expect extreme weather conditions such as floods and droughts. So in terms of drought, what do we really anticipate? So I've got a diagram there that is actually giving us a flow of events that could lead to the effects. So we know that climate change is caused by increased greenhouse gas emissions and natural variability in climate. So once this sets in, we could experience a meteorological drought, and then this could culminate. Then this could probably culminate into an agricultural drought when we have soil water deficits. And then this will definitely get us to the hydrological droughts. So these are the consequences of this. So these are some of the contributors to climate change. You can see that these gas emissions. So it's either we mitigate or we live with the consequences by adapting. I won't dwell so much on that. I don't have time. So I'll straight away go to our objectives and research questions. So the main objective is to use hydrological indices to assess climate change droughts, induced impacts on groundwater systems of the Upper Zambezi River Basin, and identify timing of tipping point transgression thresholds. So bearing in mind that the study area that I'm looking at has scanty data, well, it's a norm for Africa. We do not collect so much of observed data. So I coined my, my specific objectives as such. So the first specific objective is to identify remotely sensed products used to calculate hydrological indices for climate change impact assessments. So the questions, those are the questions. And the second objective is to develop groundwater vulnerability to drought maps for the Upper Zambezi River Basin. And the third objective is to calculate indices and use them to identify the timing of transgression of tipping point thresholds in the Upper Zambezi River Basin under various scenarios. So I go straight to the methodology. So as you can see, that is the study area. If you look at the entire map, it shows the Zambezi River Basin in its entirety. But if you look at the area that is bounded by black, that is the Upper Zambezi River Basin, which terminates at the Victoria Falls. So this space covers 4 countries, and largely Angola and Zambia, and a smaller contribution from Namibia and Botswana. So objective 1, what was the methodology that I used? So in this one, I conducted a scoping literature review with the help of PRISMA protocols. So PRISMA is preferred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis. So I used Science Direct and Semantic Scholar search engines to help me pull out the articles that would speak to the topic. So I used these search terms and their Boolean searches, hydrological indices, and climate change impacts, and remote sensing products, and water resources monitoring or droughts. These were the words that I used to actually pull out the articles that would speak to this topic. So using Prisma actually isolates these articles based on those protocols. I won't dwell so much on them. You can ask me later. So these are the results for the first objective. So conducting Prisma, it gave me from 45,916, it gave me 28 articles that I considered. And then how did they spread across the globe? This is the pie chart. And how was the trend? That was the trend. And I had a whole range of indices that panned out. So the second objective, methodology. So I used 12 factors that could actually inform groundwater vulnerability. And I segmented them into exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. These 3 inform vulnerability. So what are these factors? So I looked at precipitation, which I used CHIRPS. And then I also looked at evapotranspiration and groundwater storage anomalies as exposure. Then sensitivity, I used depth to groundwater, then groundwater recharge, then aquifer productivity, soil type, and topography. Then adaptive capacity, I considered population density, drainage density, lineament density, and aspect. And then I used fuzzy logic in GIS to actually overlay this. So I came up with an exposure map, a sensitivity map, an adaptive capacity map. And I overlaid this to get my groundwater vulnerability map. So the results. Okay. So these are the maps that I actually generated. So there was exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity to come up with that map, which is groundwater vulnerability map for the Upper Zambezi River Basin. Then I went further to actually compare this map with this standardized climatic water balance index to see how they compared. So this is that. You see there's some similarity there. So these are the results for the second objective. So the third objective, I'm actually working on it. So I intend to use an integrated approach, semi-SIP scenarios and hydrological indices. And the protocols are those that I've explained there. And where am I? So I hope I can finish by end of year. That's if it's possible. And then I'm also working on this. So what are the achievements so far from there? So the first objective, there's already a paper that is under review. The second objective, I've generated a manuscript that is being considered. It's sitting with my supervisor. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mtonga, for that presentation. We now invite Mr. Jonathan Macbeth to come forward and present to us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I'll be talking about data management and databases, especially within the RIPS project, and how we're going to use the BAMES database to get our data out there. So I want to first off start with a story. I was talking in the beginning of the year with my co-supervisor, and we were talking about how we're going to get our data to a stage where the analysis makes sense. As Prof. Richard pointed out yesterday correctly, is that you can't really compare a farm to a game farm, and you kind of need to place the data in such a way that it makes sense. And what he said that the problem of most projects is that they start off with the conclusion in mind. What do we want to say in the conclusion? But this is actually wrong. We need to look at what do we need from the statistics to place it in a methodology so we can get a conclusion. And this is what we've seen in the RIPS project, where certain of the data we capture is unnecessary. So we're wasting a time with some of the data we're capturing where we can spend it somewhere else. And the way we are gathering was not necessarily standardized because of protocol changes. The RIPS database is a regional database where we're going to put all the data together. We will be finished by the end of January. And the BAMES database is an online database where we have all the bush control and bush thinning methods onto one website where research has been done on these two. So the idea is that at the end of the day, we'll take Sasscal's data and put it into the BAMES database. Now the BAMES database is simply what has been done, what are the results, who has done it, and where and when has it been done. This gives us a clear indication for past projects. If we want to do new projects, has that been done there? And did it work, did it not work? This can also be used by land users. Then this is the BAMES database. As you can see, there is different markers on the map indicating where previous projects has been done in terms of bush control. And as you can see, we've already uploaded some of the Sasscal projects, which is on the previous one, and who has done it, when has it been done, and when, etc. Now, where we get to the RIPS database, this is what I want to talk about. We created an online drive for each country, and as you can see, each country has been represented in a folder with metadata, which includes obvious business documents, the database itself or Excel, documents like resources used, PDFs, whatever, and the methodology. And here we have the different types of species. And I'm quickly going to give you an overview of just how the Excel database looks. This is some of the metadata as well. And the idea here is that if we have this for each country, the PIs can go to the database and they can access the information anywhere, anytime. If they have a Sasscal conference again, then there's no need to ask the different PIs of each country, listen, I want graphs, I want results, because this has already been done. Now, it is not shown in this video, and we'll talk about it later, but this database is special. It's built in a way that if data is entered, it automatically does the equations throughout the database. So your results and graphs will already be drawn. This is an illustration of the pictures we take. So each picture is being placed in a certain format so that we can work it back to see where the pictures for each plot has come from. And it's just to make a comparison from past data. Okay, so the idea is, like I said, is to standardize data across sites. Because as Prof. David said yesterday, the big problem is I need to enter all this data and I need to get it in a place where we can use it and analyze it. But now some of the things are in kilograms, some of it is in grams, and some centimeters, meters, and it takes time to convert it. It's not that the person who collected the data is making a mistake, it's just that they did it in another way, and it takes time to convert all that data back. Like I said, the PIs can then access this data from anywhere, any place, and we have trained different students in how to use this database so that, let's say, myself from South Africa doesn't have to enter it, and students from Namibia and Botswana can enter it on their own, so we will have real-time analysis of what's going on in the field. So what is the, So what does the future of field data collection look like? We have this idea of using tablets and data loggers, especially with the use of Starlink, where if we collect the data, it will already be geotagged, it will already go into the database, so data errors won't occur, it's already been put in. And as I said, the big benefit of this is that we'll get real-time analysis and results of what's going on in the field. Because when you speak to farmers, they don't want to have projects that last up to 5 years, because it means after 5 years, then we can give a conclusion. But if we're done with the field work and we can get out of the field and say, listen, this is what we've seen today. This is what we have, and this is what we think is going to happen. They already feel part of the project. They already feel, listen, these people are transparent with their data, and they are transparent with me to see what's going on. So what I did here is I just put in some random data at Sense, and just, as you can see, it worked out it automatically. The species representation and the distance, and from there on end, it automatically goes into the next analysis table and starts creating your graphs. Now, it just looks like this because it's only for one treatment. There's 7 treatments. But this makes it much easier. I mean, if you come back from the field, you don't want to sit and do data entry. I think a lot of data has been lost that way because we misplace papers. We can't remember what we've written in the field. Data itself, the way people write. So I think this can be the future of data entry. Another concept is that if we do this for future, we need to sit with a statistician in the beginning of the project, so that what Prof. David talked about won't happen again. So if you build the methodology with what the statistician wants, we can at the end have data in real time, which is much more accurate, and the statistician doesn't have to struggle to get the data they want to give you relevant conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move forward. That's about data management. We now move forward to Ms. Zala Kalembika. She will talk about issues of voucher. Thank you. Forward, backward. Yeah, if you have 2 minutes, I'll come on.
I use this one. Good morning. My name is Nzala Karimbika, a student at the University of Zambia pursuing a master's in agronomy soil science. My supervisor is Professor Lydia Chavala, and the principal investigator for the project which is sponsoring me is Mr. Fonsani. So the topic which I'm looking at is the effect of voucher on carbon sequestration, carbon dioxide emission, and crop yield in sorghum cowpea intercrop and different crop combinations in Gwembe and Sesheke districts. The presentation layout is as shown there. The introduction, the FOSREC project is promoting voucher as one of the key technologies for sustainable agriculture practices. Voucher is a carbon-rich material that is produced through the pyrolysis of organic matter. So this voucher has been proposed as a potential solution to improve soil health, mitigate climate change, and enhance crop productivity. The application of voucher has resulted in increased soil carbon, improved soil structure, soil fertility, and water retention. The problem statement states that despite the benefits of voucher, there is still limited research on the impact of voucher on carbon stocks, carbon dioxide emissions, and crop yields in different cropping systems. This study will look at the effects of voucher. We'll look at the effects of using voucher in different cropping systems in Zambia. The main objective of the project was to assess the effect of voucher application on carbon stock, carbon dioxide emissions, and crop yield in sorghum cowpea intercrop. The specific objective, the first one was to evaluate the effect of voucher on carbon stocks. The second one was to compare carbon stock in different crop combinations grown under two soil amendments. The third one was to determine the carbon dioxide emission in different crop combinations cultivated on voucher amended soils. The last one was to assess the effect of voucher on crop yield in different crop combinations. This experiment was carried out in two Fosrex project sites, which is Gwemba and Sesheke district. The experimental layout was a split plot design with the main plots being the soil amendments and subplots were different crop combinations. The treatments, I had two treatments, which is the first one, the voucher plus manure and fertilizer. The voucher was made from plant residues. The voucher was made from tree branches, ground them, and then mixed them with cattle manure at the mixing ratio of 3:1. The 3 is for the char, and the 1 is for the manure. Then the fertilizer application treatment was done by hand, which was rated at 200 kg per hectare, as based on the standard recommendation for maize production, that's smallholder farming in Zambia. Then the other treatment was the fertilizer only, which was at 200 kg per hectare for both basal and top dressing. These treatments were replicated 4 times. The test crop, I had sorghum cowpea intercrop. The soil crops, there was cowpea, sorghum, and maize. Then the planting spacing were shown that, and the fields were managed by the local farmers under the Fosrex project. Under data collection, I first did the soil sampling. The soil samples were collected from each plot during the growing period at the depth of 20 centimeters. And soils adjacent to the field were collected and measured for soil reaction. I collected soils adjacent to the field because when the project started, soil samples were not collected. So that's why I had to collect soil samples for comparisons. Then the soil characterization, I did soil pH, following that procedure, the total nitrogen, the variable phosphorus, the CEC, the COM, and potassium. Then to determine the carbon stocks in the treatments, then I measured soil organic carbon and the bulk density using the coring method. Then to determine carbon dioxide emission, I was using this equipment, which is called the carbon dioxide respiration chamber. The machine was set to collect data for carbon dioxide from each plot for 6 minutes, and then the results, I expressed them to carbon dioxide equivalents for comparisons. And then to determine the effect of voucher on crop yield, the crop, I used grain yield and biomass yield. And then for data analysis, I use the GenStat software to analyze my data. Okay. And then this table here is just a summary. It's the summary of, it's the ANOVA table for the carbon dioxide emission at vegetative stage. I was collecting the carbon dioxide emission at vegetative and flowering stages. So this one is for the vegetative stage. Then the next one is the summary table for the flowering stage. And then this table, okay, this figure here is just showing how the treatments were, how this graph here is showing how carbon dioxide was being emitted from each treatment. As you can see from the table, the sorghum, cowpea, maize, where voucher was not applied, the carbon dioxide emissions were very low. And then where voucher was applied, it shows that there was high emission of carbon dioxide. Then for the sorghum, cowpea, maize, at both stages, which is the vegetative and the flowering stage, both the carbon dioxide emissions were very low. But for cowpea with voucher, sorghum, the carbon at vegetative, the carbon dioxide emission was low. Then again, it rised during the flowering stage. This graph here is just showing how the temperatures were in the soil. It's just a summary of the temperatures against treatments in the soil. Okay, I've explained this. Then this figure here is showing the effect of voucher on crop yield. As you can see, voucher had an effect on all the crops. And then the treatments where there was no voucher, they had less yields. This shows that voucher had an effect on crop yield in all the crops that were under the study. And then in concluding, I can just say from the results, it shows that there were significant differences in carbon dioxide emissions among treatments. Then the findings show that the soil crops, particularly sorghum, have higher potential for carbon dioxide sequestration, and they are associated with lower carbon dioxide emission when only fertilizer is applied. Then in contrast, voucher plus fertilizer plus manure demonstrated that there is higher carbon dioxide emission, more especially during the flowering stage. Then in concluding for the yield, it showed that voucher had an effect on crop yield. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kalimbeka, for that presentation. I now invite Ms. Gloria Malanda to come and present her results. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, my name is Gloria Malanda. I am an MPhil student from the Copperbelt University, being supported by the LNAC project. And my research is focused on traditional ecological knowledge in new and old protected area systems. Okay, so I'll follow the outline, this particular outline. So just a brief background. I think we have established as a globe that climate change impacts are intensifying, but the impacts are not the same for everyone. For communities that depend on natural resources that are highly sensitive to climate change, the impact and the vulnerability is higher. There is a need to identify locally grounded approaches that can help communities to adapt and mitigate climate change, but at the same time, sustainable approaches that help with conservation of biodiversity. And traditional ecological knowledge is an approach that has been identified as a locally grounded approach that can be used for communities to adapt, mitigate, and as well as conserve biodiversity. There is currently a debate about the definition of what traditional ecological knowledge is exactly. But in this research, we adopted the definition of Berkes, 1999. Sorry if I've butchered that name. But yeah, that is the definition that we adopted. And this definition states that traditional ecological knowledge is a body of knowledge, practices, skills, techniques, innovations that have been developed by a particular community of people in a particular region. These techniques, knowledge, and everything has been accumulated and transmitted over generations to younger generations. So traditional ecological knowledge, like I earlier mentioned, is an approach that has been identified. However, it is underutilized, especially in protected areas where rural communities that can benefit largely from it are found. So this research mainly focused on understanding the current awareness levels, utilization levels, as well as the perceived effectiveness of traditional ecological knowledge. And we compared the awareness, utilization levels, as well as perceived effectiveness in two different protected area systems. So one might ask why I said old and new protected area systems. This is because this is because this research was conducted in a national park, which is an older conservancy, particularly in Liwa Plain National Park, and it was also conducted in a conservancy called Simalaha Community Conservancy. Sorry if I've also butchered that name. I don't know how to pronounce it very well, but yes. So those are the two areas that the study was conducted, and we compared utilization levels, awareness levels, as well as perceived effectiveness of traditional ecological knowledge. So the methodology that we used, we conducted a household survey, a household survey. We conducted household survey, and we interviewed about 427 households in both Simalaha and Liwa Plain National Park. If we divide between the two, the respondents from Simalaha were close to 200, while respondents in Liwa Plain National Park were slightly more than 200. And we purposely selected 5 village action groups. So 10 in total, meaning 5 from Simalaha and 5 from Liwa Plain National Park, where we conducted this research. And the village action groups, some of them are within the protected areas, while the others are outside or adjacent, just adjacent to the protected areas. And then we also conducted focus group discussions and key informant interviews just to validate the information or the data that we collected from the questionnaires. We used chi-square tests and frequentist approaches as well to come up with our results. So our results were as follows. Overall, in terms of awareness, there's a larger proportion of respondents that are aware of traditional ecological knowledge as a whole. And I think something that I forgot to mention was in our study, we categorized traditional ecological knowledge in 3 categories, which was rules and regulations, myths and taboos, as well as customs and rituals. So those are the 3 categories that we use to define traditional ecological knowledge. And amongst the 3 types of categories, traditional rules and regulations are the most common, or more respondents were aware of traditional ecological knowledge than the other 2 categories. So I'll just rush through because I only have 2 more minutes left. And then when we looked at the association between the demographics and awareness levels, we found that gender and age has an effect on awareness levels. This means more of the female respondents are aware, and more of the older respondents were aware of traditional ecological knowledge than vice versa. And I think just going back, one other important thing I forgot to mention was between the two protected areas. Sorry, I'm trying to go back. Okay, so between the two protected areas, so there's Liwa Plain and Simalaha, we saw that the awareness levels of the other two categories, which I mentioned, the myths and the taboos and the customs and rituals, where the awareness levels in Simalaha were less than those in Liwa Plain National Park. While for the traditional rules and regulations, they were somewhat the same. Moving on to utilization levels. In terms of utilization, you see a similar trend as awareness. You find that the rules and regulations are more utilized. However, you see that in Simalaha, as compared to in the previous, in awareness, I mentioned to say Simalaha is less aware of all the three types of categories, but you see that there's a difference here in terms of the rules and regulations. Those that are more utilized in Simalaha are rules and regulations than in Liwa. However, for myths and taboos and customs and rituals, in Liwa Plain National Park, there's a higher percentage of respondents that indicated that they still utilize myths and taboos as well as customs and rituals in the use and management of natural resources. Then when we look at the association between the demographics and the utilization levels, you see again that age has a significant association with utilization levels. So what I'm simply trying to say is the older they are, the more they use. There's a larger proportion of the older generations use traditional ecological knowledge, while the younger populations, less of them use traditional ecological knowledge. And then in terms of perception, we use the 5-point Likert scale to determine the levels of the perceived effectiveness. And the results were as follows. I'm not going to run through because I don't have any more minutes, but if you need more information, you can come and see me. On association, you can see again that gender and age have a significant relationship. What's our take-home message from this research? The take-home message is traditional ecological knowledge is widely recognized and still used than other types of, rules and regulations are widely used and recognized as compared to the customs and rituals and myths and taboos. And age has a significant factor, and this is similar to other research that has been conducted on traditional ecological knowledge, because there is a transmission breakdown of information. So older generations do not transmit as much information on traditional ecological knowledge to younger generations. And then also, another take-home message is there are disparities in terms of the frequency of use. You see that rules and regulations endure more or are utilized more than the belief-based types of traditional ecological knowledge. This could be, not that this research explored that, but I just believe that it could be because of religion or increase in religion in the communities where we conducted the study. And then the institutional context also apply. So I earlier mentioned to say that in Liwa Plain National Park, you notice that the traditional rules and regulations were less utilized. That's because this area has more strict institutions or rules because it's a national park, it's a gazetted national park. So the rules that have been placed are more strict than in Simalaha. So institutional contexts apply when it comes to traditional ecological knowledge. Age is a factor, and also how we package the traditional ecological knowledge matters. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Last but not the least, we call upon Dr. Bafidile to come and present to us.
Good afternoon. My name is Bafedile. Sorry. My name is Bafedile, and the title of my project is Phytochemistry and Biological Studies of Selected Angolan Medicinal Plants. This is the outline of my presentation, which I'll be taking you through. Medicinal plants are the most common form of medicine for many people around the world. And in Angola, as well as in different countries, many people use medicinal plants for the treatment of many diseases. And the reason why people use medicinal plants is because they are cheaper, available, and culturally acceptable. Many medicinal plants produce different compounds which can exhibit different biological or toxicological activities. And the appearance of certain compounds can be influenced by environmental conditions such as temperature, rainfall, light intensity, soil characteristics, humidity, and change of season. For this project, we are going to investigate 27 medicinal plants which are commonly used in Angola for the treatment of cancer and microbial infections. Ethnopharmacological studies have indicated the antioxidant, antimicrobial, anti-cancer activities of the crude extracts. However, there is limited information on which compounds are actually contributing to the biological activities of these selected medicinal plants. Therefore, we decided to explore the phytochemistry and link the phytochemistry of these medicinal plants to the biological activities. For today's presentation, I'm only going to present the results that we obtained from one of the plant species that we are studying, which is Hymenocauda acidia tal. This plant belongs to the family Phyllanthisia, whereby the Phyllanthisia family consists of about 2,000 species. And this plant can be found in rainforests or savannas of Africa, Australia, and Southern Asia. And it can be used for the treatment of coughs, diarrhea, hypertension, abdominal tumors, arthritis, and inflammation. So far, these are the only compounds which have been isolated and identified from the stem, the roots, and the leaves. And according to literature survey, the The biological activities of these compounds have never been explored or determined. The reason why we decided to study this plant species, it's because it's commonly used in Angola and in other African countries for the treatment and management of cancer, microbial infections, and illnesses related to infections due to its secondary metabolites. However, there are no reports on which secondary metabolites are responsible for the anti-cancer, antimicrobial, and antioxidant activities of Heminocadia acidiatal. Furthermore, there is limited literature on the identification and characterization of secondary metabolites which are contributing to the pharmacological activities of this plant species. So we decided to determine or explore which secondary metabolites are responsible for the biological activities of Heminocadia. The aim of our study is to determine the phytochemistry and biological activities of different plant parts of Heminocadia acidiatal, and the objectives are to isolate compounds from different plant parts of this plant species, and also to determine the structure elucidation of the isolated compounds. And you are also going to test the crude extracts, the fractions, and isolated compounds for their biological activities. The root, the stem, and the leaves of Heminocadia acidia were collected in 2023 at Kunga Koshimba in Uege province in Angola, whereby the stem and the root were extracted with methanol and the leaves were extracted with dichloromethane and methanol. We further took the crude extracts and tested them for their biological activities, and the chemical profiles of the crude extract was determined using LCMS. We took the crude extracts of Heminocadia and tested them for their antioxidant activities using DBPH and reducing power assays. And the results showed us that the stem bark had the highest antioxidant activities using DBPH, since it had the lowest IC50 value compared to the other samples. The results also showed us that the root extract had the highest antioxidant activities using reducing power assay, because it had the lowest IC 0.5 value. We also used LCMS to determine the chemical profiles of Heminocadia acidia, and the LCMS data showed us that this plant species contains flavonoids, terpenoids, saturated fatty acids, glycosides. We're also able to identify phenols as well as indole alkaloids. We took the same samples and tested them for their antimicrobial activities against selected microorganisms, and the results showed us that the leaf extract had the highest antimicrobial activities against all the selected microorganisms compared to the stem and the root extract. We determined the chemical profiles of the stem, root, and the leaves using LCMS, and the results or the LCMS data showed us that the stem bark as well as the root extracts contain the same compounds. However, the dichloromethane leaf extracts and the methanol leaf extract contained compounds which are totally different from the stem and the root. We further tested the same samples for their cytotoxicity against verocells at different concentrations, and the results showed us that the root and the stem were not toxic. However, some, or let me say the methanol leaves were toxic at 250 and 500 micrograms per milliliter. In conclusion, we were able to identify 26 compounds from Heminocadia acidia, and our study is the first to report and identify these compounds from this plant species. The LCMS profiles as well as the biological activities showed us that the chemistries of the stem bark and the root extracts are the same. However, the chemistry of the leaf extracts is totally different from the chemistry of the stem and the root extracts. Our study provides information on which compounds are responsible for the bioactivity of Heminocadia, and also our results may help researchers who are involved in exploring this plant species for the isolation of valuable antimicrobial and anti-cancer chemicals. In future, we would like to isolate compounds from the different plant parts of Heminocadia, and also to test the isolated compounds for their biological activities. So far, we have managed to publish 2 articles and 1 paper is still under review. I would like to thank my supervisor, Professor N.J. Malebu, for her support and guidance. I would also like to acknowledge Mr. Mahuno for assisting us with the identification of the plants that we are studying. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Chokwe from the University of South Africa for assisting us with the LCMS analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our presenters. Job well done. So at this point, we'll take questions. At least each presenter has to be asked a question, but just keep it brief and to the point so that we can interact with the presenters. Thank you. The first hand, yes, second, third, hello? So first, second, third. Mike, is there a mic, please, nearby? Please, you can go ahead.
Okay, muito obrigado. Eu sou Garcia, estudante da Academia de Ciências Sociais e Tecnologia, ACIT. Eu tenho uma questão para a colega Glória e uma provocação para a última preleitora, que escapa-me agora o nome. Para a colega Glória, eu gostava de questionar, a quando da sua pesquisa, levantou a possibilidade de relacionar a questão do conhecimento tradicional ecológico com a questão do crescimento econômico, ou seja, imaginemos que seja hipoteticamente nomeada para um cargo governamental numa situação de crise alimentar, e a quando da sua exposição vimos que a população alvo do seu estudo, ou seja, o estudo foi feito nas zonas rurais. Então, nessa questão hipotética, olharia mais para a questão da crise do conhecimento tradicional ecológico ou a questão da alavanca da alimentação do país da qual a senhora é proveniente. Quanto à última preleitora, eu gostava mesmo de provocar numa questão metodológica. Ela traz a questão da sua temática falando sobre as plantas medicinais em Angola, mas a quando da sua abordagem notou-se que fala apenas de uma província de Angola. Eu penso, por uma questão metodológica, era bom, por exemplo, se me permitem, sugerir que fosse as plantas medicinais numa província de Angola, porque Angola tem 21 províncias e tem mais de 5 grupos etnolinguísticos e que cada um desses grupos existem várias variantes. Então era bom ter cautela quanto a isso. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Just take note of the question. Another question, please. Yes, Mike. We'll come to you in a minute. You can go ahead.
Thank you to the presenters. My question goes to the presenter who spoke about traditional knowledge. And in the presentation, she indicated that a significant gap in the transmission of traditional knowledge from the older generation to the younger generation. So my question is, what might have contributed to this significant gap, and what can be done in order for us to preserve the transmission of traditional knowledge from the older generation to the young generation? Because in case the presenter cannot answer this, I'm posing this to all of us in this house. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. We now take the last question, just on the third row on my right.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you. My question, very simple, goes to Miss Gloria. She was talking about the traditional knowledge, characterized or put in 3 categories, but I missed the substance of the paper, like what exactly are these traditional knowledges, or what are these taboos, or is it deliberate to keep silent on those? Yeah, I'm not sure if my question is clear. So there was no specific knowledge or specific taboo that was mentioned which contribute to conservation.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Malanda. I hope you've got that question. Yeah. Okay, we'll just squeeze in one last one. The Madam there, please go ahead.
Muito boa tarde. Eu chamo-me Elizabeth Martins. A minha questão vai para a doutora Bafedile. Vai ser uma questão muito rápida, porque eu quero saber se tem como nós termos acesso à sua pesquisa para também nós podermos contribuir com aquilo que nós já temos de conhecimento sobre as plantas medicinais, visto que na altura do Covid foram essas plantas que já os nossos antepassados ensinaram os nossos pais e, por acaso, ajudaram-nos bastante, que é para então combater o vírus do Covid. Gostaríamos de poder contribuir mais com o nosso conhecimento e ter acesso à sua pesquisa. Onde é que nós podemos ter?
Thank you very much. Presenters, may you respond to those? I think there were about 5 questions. The first one asked 2 questions, and then the last 3 questions. Please, who goes first? It's not in any order. Who just go first? Who go first? Okay, yeah, you can. Yeah, they are specific, but please, you can go ahead, Ms. Miranda.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll ask the first question to the first person who asked to ask again. I think I wasn't clear. The question was something about food security or something. Maybe you can just. He spoke in Portuguese, so I didn't hear. So you can just ask
I'm
again.
told the question was not very clear. May you kindly repeat the question? Gentleman here, yes.
A minha pergunta era, primeiro, se levantou a possibilidade de fazer uma relação sobre o conhecimento tradicional ecológico com a questão do crescimento econômico. Sim, essa foi a questão.
Have I considered the relationship between traditional ecological knowledge and economic growth? Okay, no, I think my research did not cover that. The main thing that we were trying to do in the research is to understand what the awareness levels, utilization levels, as well as the perceived effectiveness of traditional ecological knowledge in managing natural resources and in the use of natural resources. So we did not cover the economic aspect. Yeah, I hope I have answered the question. And then there was another question about what might have contributed to the gap in terms of transmission. I think it is mainly because of the introduction or the increase in modern knowledge being disseminated among younger generations more than traditional knowledge. There are no deliberate systems in communities anymore. They are not as common anymore as it was long ago, where older generations would transmit or educate younger generations about the different techniques or signs that are used in the use and management of natural resources. And then in terms of talking specifically about what type of taboos, while we were conducting the research, there were some taboos that were mentioned. I did not specifically mention them here because I was mainly focusing on awareness levels and everything. But there are specific taboos that people mentioned. I could give an example of a taboo that relates to forest regeneration or forest protection. There is some tree species that are not, that communities are not allowed to cut down because some of the tree species are believed to bring bad luck if you cut them down. That's just a belief, or it's a taboo, a myth. And there are some tree species that communities believe bring good luck, so they don't cut those trees anyhow. And then also there are some wildlife species that are not killed because they are believed to be wildlife species that belong to the king. So there are so many things that we could learn and document, and that would, I think, require a whole different research for us to document. I hope I've answered all the questions correctly. Thank you.
Okay, please, you can go ahead.
So far, we have published 2 articles which are available online. And for more information, I think we can engage after this presentation or this conference. Thank you.
Anyone to take another question, please? Anyone to go for another question? That's all? Okay. Yes. A question? Yeah. We are no more questions. No more questions. Yeah. Okay. If that's fine. No more questions. Will you join me in thanking all the presenters for your job well done? Thank you. Thank you.
Applause for Dr. Patrick, please. Chicote. You was very efficient. Thank you. Please, all students and the PIs, I invited to take a group picture when you will get to the venue. No, in few minutes you will be there backstage to take a group picture. That's okay. PIs and all students together. The next step will be the tour of exhibitions of prototype products and student poster presentations. For this, we need to get out and to have this tour in the hall. This tour will last about 20 minutes. After this, we'll have lunch. But I advise to return quick to the venue because we have available folk music from Germany, traditional music from Namibia, from Zambia, from South Africa, from Botswana. And you come here not to have a networking there, but here, listening to the music, traditional music or folk music from Germany. Okay? Enjoy your tour, and see you at lunchtime.
ukuba bananyana mola pensil te ukubela mana ukubela mana karu ukubela mana abakuba mola pe bayaka isala yami abakuba mola pensil te ukubela mana abakuba mola pe kubuchukuchuku yangu ukuba bananyana mola pensil te kuba mola pensil te ukubela mana awa kuba mola pensil te ukubela mana ukubela mana ukubela mana awa kuba mola pe ukubela mana ukubela mana te ukubela mana awa kuba mola pe Rukubela mana, sinte ukubela mana, hawa kuba molate, kubu yangu kuba bananya na molate. Sinta
von Stein. Wer darüber will gehen, muss im Tanze sich drehen. Falalalala, falalala. Kommt ein Fuhrmann daher, hat geladen gar schwer. Seine Rösser sind 3 und sie tanzen vorbei. Falalalala, falalala. Und in Lumpen dazu, als die Brücke er sah, ei wie tanze er da, falalalala, falalala. Kommt ein Mädchen allein auf die Brücke von Stein, fasst ihr Röcklein geschwind und sie tanzt wie der Wind, falalalala, falalala. Falalalala, falalala. Liebe Leute herbei, schlag die Brücke entzwei und sie schwangen das Beil und sie tanzen derweil. Falalalala, falalala. Die Leute im Land kommen eilig gerannt, bleibt der Brücke doch fern, denn wir tanzen so gern. Falalalala, falalala.
Sing. Homeless, homeless, moonlight sleeping on a midnight lake. Homeless, homeless, moonlight sleeping on a midnight lake. Homeless, we are homeless, the moonlight sleeping on a midnight lake. We are homeless, 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 the moonlight sleeping on a midnight lake. See Strong wind, destroy our homes. Many dead tonight it could be. Strong wind, many dead tonight it could be. Homeless, homeless, moonlight sleeping on a midnight lake. Homeless, moonlight sleeping on a midnight lake.
Somebody say, somebody sing, hello, hello, hello. Somebody sing, somebody cry, why? Somebody sing, somebody sing, hello, hello, hello. Somebody sing, somebody cry, why? Somebody sing.
Itomanga, esangoba lonke lizwe. Itomanga, esangoba phakathi ngendawo. Itomanga, esangoba phakathi ngendawo. Itomanga, esangoba phakathi ngendawo.
Somebody sing, somebody sing, hello, hello, hello. Somebody sing, somebody cries, why? Somebody sing, somebody sing, hello, hello, hello. Somebody sing, somebody cry, why?
Kulumani sizwe, singenze njani, bayajabula abasithandayo.
Kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala Kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala Kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala nipo nyumbani kasongo nakungojea lini utarudi unifahamishe kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kwenye ndoa yetu kasongo wanaulizia baba alienda wapi nakosa majibu kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala
Kasongo ye mobali nanga kasongo mbona wewe songa libala oh yeah songa libala kasongo mbona wewe kasongo mombali nanga kasongo mbona wewe songa libala oh yeah songa libala kasongo mbona wewe
Agera marubanya ya mosetsana akera marubanyana lele kwane akera marubanyana lele kwane akera marubanyana tauye koma mathotelo ya motho akera marubanyana tauye tsatsile no ga ya ngapa ga go akera marubanyana manga thaki dimetsa tsatsile no ga go akera marubanyana lele kwane akera marubanyana lele kwane akera marubanyana kana ga maloma go basman akera marubanyana kana ga rago manaka akera marubanyana ketsamikile le mago malaka akera marubanyana lele kwane akera marubanyana lele kwane akera marubanyana kana khatala ka dipoka akera marubanyana marapo motsamha phamutjami akera marubanyana aketse abanthate akera marubanyana ba kile ba khothosa akera marubanyana bankathola pudile mpotsane akera marubanyana abathunya ba ba sethala akera marubanyana lele kwane akera marubanyana lele kwane akera marubanyana kana ga maloma akera marubanyana nkatsa kele maloma akera marubanyana motole fale mwenye akera marubanyana motole fale mwenye akera marubanyana akopela pinache akera marubanyana akera tomolore mape akera marubanyana akera somelo tome akera marubanyana akera somelo tome akera marubanyana akera tomolore mapeta akera marubanyana akera tomolore mapeta akera marubanyana akera abeditalore abeditena akera marubanyana abeditalore abeditena akera marubanyana akera som lobolore tome akera marubanyana akera somelo nalore tome akera marubanyana akera somelo nalore tome akera marubanyana nele kwane akera marubanyana kana gara umana kawe akera marubanyana nele kana gama umana ka akera marubanyana opela yeki tubakongo akera marubanyana nele kwane akera marubanyana nele kwane akera marubanyana akera some ore tome akera marubanyana akera abeditalore abeditana akera marubanyana akera nolore mapeta akera marubanyana akera nolore mapeta akera marubanyana nele kwane akera marubanyana nele kwane akera marubanyana ore kakhala kyalesa ore gasena boya pina kisibini se sedorotona
Shimaliwo tashinyengenge Oshingalo tashidengenge Oluhepo talihepe kenge Fiona ini I have to live this way Fiona ini I have to carry this burden, yeah Daloloko ihune Eshefikwa izule Daloloko ihune Dino kulonga no dini nye Daloloko ihune Eshefikwa izule Daloloko ihune Dino kulonga no dini nye Ongela inyi nandiliasha Ongelo ndalie kaka Neno nda inbox anatasha Kwati vachonda kaka Janiko hati vachonda lasa Eshi nanzi halo kuvaka Timotati neno mwejo wasa vatiyo tagasaga amene monja tokani na she keshe fimbo nyinasha keshe fiku amekenda kwanje keshe fikonda kwanja inotira fimbo potaria vati fionena ndaterera natangwinaria nande keshe fiku hoveketo safe ubashiketo safa ndeleka pena uteku kwafe kapena uteku kwafa keshe fimbo ovetava popse uveketava popi nashitopiti potava yolwe uveketava yolo nande no ndaloroke amenyina koninjola yawe nande no ndaloroke Niwandila menjira dawe Shimaliwo tashinyenyenge Oshingalo tashitengenge Daloloko ihunei Keshefi kwa izulei Daloloko ihunei Dino kulonga nudini nye Daloloko ihunei Keshefi kwa izulei Daloloko ihunei Dino kulonga nudini nye Onyela yinyi nandikofa Haizila tilo ngalo Onyelonda nangala mechofa Andishango mangalo Oshili mandiko njefa Vacha mundi no nyalo Oshili oshilonga kapenasha Vati nyina mikalo Vafame onda rimbirirwa Kefipo ndarambe mberewa Kusekundario kukerero ndari kukererwa Oneni handi pepererwa Shimaliwo tashinyenyenge Oshingalo tashitengenge Oluhepo talihepekenge Fiona ini I have to live this way Daloloko ihune Keshefi kwa izule Daloloko ihune Dino kulonga nudini nye Daloloko ihune Keshefi kwa izule Daloloko ihune Dino kulonga nudini nye Daloloko ihune Keshefi kwa izule Daloloko ihune Dino kulonga nudini nye Daloloko ihune Keshefi kwa izule Daloloko ihune Dino kulonga nudini nye
Usaore moyo ganeria Mariane we Usaore moyo ganeria Mariane we ganeria Mariane we Kufirwa ne murume angat Jino na moyo we gushinga Usaore moyo ganeria Mariane we Usaore moyo ganeria Mariane we ganeria Mariane we Usaore moyo ganeria Mariane we Usaore moyo ganeria Mariane we ganeria Mariane we Upenyo emindupi ungepodze zviedzo usaore moyo kanderia mwari anewe usaore moyo kanderia mwari anewe mwari anewe kanderia mwari anewe vanhukadzi vanobatwa senhapwa kugara senherera usaore moyo kanderia mwari anewe usaore moyo kanderia mwari anewe shinga moyo shinga mwari anewe harufu rune shanje kutsaura vanodanana usaore moyo hanzvadzi mwari anewe usaore moyo kanderia mwari anewe shingaira kanderia mwari anewe Neria, Neria, wo, usaore moyo kanderia, mwari anewe, usaore moyo kanderia, mwari anewe, shingaira kanderia, mwari anewe. Mandara, mururu na beterwa, yorire ngoma. Jayane mandara, mururu na beterwa, yorire ngoma. Magwane ushozo pindirana, mitone mitumba, yorire ngoma. Magwane usozopindirana mitone mitumba yorire ngoma shasha yetsuremirane papapo minyamirane kokoko yorire ngoma shasha yetsuremirane papapo minyamirane kokoko yorire ngoma yorire ngoma magwane uzvozvopindirana mito nemitumba yorire ngoma shasha yetsuremirane papapo inyambira nekokoko yorire ngoma yorire ngoma chinzwa shaura chikomana shaura shaura chisikana shaura Mana shaura 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 zisakana shaura we shaura shaura Zimbabwe shaura 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 Zimbabwe shaura we shaura kana Mozambique shaura Mozambique Botswana, Saura, Saura, Botswana, way, Saura, Ghana, Namibia, Saura, Saura, Lesotho, Namibia, Saura, Saura, yorire ngoma, yorire ngoma, yorire ngoma, yorire ngoma, Africa.
Simona wafwe Mainsi zambi wa mambata Simona wafwe Siwafuni zala Simona wafwe Mainsi zambi wa mambata Yelele, yele siwafunizala simona wafwe manyisi zambi wa mambata simona wafwe siwafunizala simona wafwe manyisi zambi wa mambata Kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala Kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala Kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala nipo nyumbani kasongo nakungojea lini utarudie unifahamishe kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kwenye ndoa yetu kasongo wanaulizia baba alienda wapi nakosa majibu kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala Kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo zonga libala
Kasongo ye mombali nanga kasongo mbona wewe songa libala oh ye songa libala kasongo mbona wewe mbona wewe Kasongo mbona wewe songa libala oh yeah songa libala kasongo mbona wewe mbona wewe mbona wewe Kasongo yeah mombali nanga kasongo mbona wewe songa libala oh yeah songa libala kasongo mbona wewe mbona wewe mbona wewe
Nene kwane we. Agera marubanyana. Are nene kwane. Agera marubanyana. Kamana kalagara umanaka. Agera marubanyana. Are kamana kalagara umana. Agera marubanyana. Nene kwane we. Agera marubanyana. Nene kwane we. Agera marubanyana. Kamana kalagara maluma asman. Agera marubanyana. Agera marubanyana. Ibonyi muchumi abeta. Agera marubanyana. Muchumi aikwakwatala katobane. Agera marubanyana. Morali ya kare kera tobane. Agera marubanyana. Kera moto atole hamukwena. Agera marubanyana. Tumenyale tangi. Agera marubanyana. Nene kwane. Agera marubanyana. Are nene kwane. Agera marubanyana. Agera marubanyana. Agera marubanyana.
Good afternoon.
Agera marubanyana.
Good afternoon and welcome back from lunch. I can see that we're still anticipating some people to come back in. But I would like to now introduce our next moderator for the after lunch session. We are about 30 minutes behind schedule, so we need to sort of try and catch up, which means that the allocated time will probably be reduced because this session should pretty much come to an end by 3:30. So we pretty much have an hour, just about an hour for the next session, which is the Sasscal 2.0 products and services. And to lead us on that particular session, I'll call none other than our Scientific Advisory Committee member, Professor Jane Kwenye. Can we please give her a round of applause? So Professor Kwenye will take us through the rest of the session and call on those that are supposed to participate in the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We all look sad. Your faces are very intimidating. Did we enjoy our lunch? Okay, I hope we did enjoy our lunch. So besides support that Sasscal provides through the research projects that we have been listening to from Tuesday, Sasscal also invests in an important portfolio that ensures that we have access to timely as well as easily accessible high impact information that is important for ensuring that we expand our knowledge base in Southern Africa, but also information that is important and is easily accessible to scientists, decision makers that can guide in the development of strategies that can help to mitigate or indeed adapt to the adverse effects of climate change. And to help me get into the deep dives of the products and services that Sasscal invests in, I'm privileged to call to the podium the presenters for this afternoon session. We have Ms. Thompson. You could join me. So Ms. Johnson will give us an overview of the open access data center that Sasscal has, and will also provide some insights in terms of the way forward with the data that has emanated from Sasscal 2. Then I'll also invite Ms. Zander to join me. Ms. Zander will give us a presentation on the demonstration of Sasscal 2 Climate Sense Services Gateway, just so we can bring us up to speed with what will be happening around the Sasscal 2 with regards to how the data will be managed. And then last but not the least, I'll invite Mr. Lupedia
to join me. Mr. Lupedia. Sorry. Oh, he's not in. Okay, so Mr. Lupedia will join us. I think he's still finalizing his lunch. Okay, the lunch was too sumptuous, so he's just finalizing. But anyhow, he will be able to give us a presentation on the GGPen applications. So without further ado, allow me to invite Ms. Thompson. That will bring us up to speed with an overview of the Open Access Data Center, as well as the way forward with regards to data for Sasscal 2. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the introductions. So as you heard, my name is Sylvia Thompson. I work for Sasscal, and I'm part of a group that is called or referred to as the Open Access Data Center. Now let me start this. We've already have a heads up with the challenges here. Okay. Yep. Aha. Okay. So Sasscal has 3 objectives. Now, during the last couple of days, most of you have been thoroughly introduced to our research portfolio and to our capacity development programs. But there is a 3rd objective that Sasscal endeavors to meet, and Sasscal meets that objective through its Open Access Data Center. And that is our products and services. Now, there are always a lot of questions around this, so at least I hope I can walk away from the stage this afternoon and clarify, or having clarified some of them. Okay. So I already said that our Open Access Data Center, we fondly refer to it as the OADC, meets the products and services portfolio of Sasscal. Now, why did we even come into being? Well, in the very early beginning of Sasscal, Sasscal was literally conceptualized through its Sasscal 1 research portfolio. And many of you that are sitting here started the whole journey of Sasscal with that research portfolio. And it's very nice to have seen you all this week. Now, very early on, in the beginning of Sasscal, there was already the recognition that this huge research portfolio is going to produce enormous amounts of data, information, and knowledge, all kinds of resources. Back then, the portfolio contained 88 projects, so you can imagine what you saw this week. 88 such projects produce data, information, and all types of resources. So the recognition was there that somehow Sasscal wants to ensure that all this work being done is available to the research community, to all the stakeholders of Sasscal. And that is why the idea of the OADC came about. Now, if you have an OADC, you might as well exploit them. So we didn't always have research portfolios. So the OADC is also responsible for making all kinds of other data that is relevant to our stakeholders and data that we know is required by our stakeholders available to them. And for us to be able to do what the OADC set out to do, we have to create, of course, openly available platforms. Now, don't be too worried about trying to make sense of this diagram. The important takeaway from this diagram is what the OADC wants to achieve. And what Sasscal wants to achieve through the OADC is make all the resources that we produce, either through the research portfolios that we facilitate or through the OADC's own work. We want to ensure that all that data, information, and knowledge is openly and freely available. So systems are put in place by the OADC to ensure that that is the case. Now, I'm first going to give you a little bit of insight of what the OADC does, while all our researchers are busy with their research. And then we're going to come to the matter of the actual resources that are being produced by the research portfolio. So as I said, the OEDC is responsible for Sasscal's products and services. Now we have a lot of questions about what is the difference. Now, a service is generally something that you would see that is continuous. It is not a once-off. For instance, if I produce a map, that's a once-off, it has a timestamp, it's a stagnant product. A service is something that is continually kept alive, that is continually evolving, it is continually being fed with either data or information. So we have a couple of these services that the OEDC is already responsible for. Now, most of you will be very well aware of the Sasscal WeatherNet that makes available all the WeatherNet data of all our automatic weather stations completely openly and freely on the Sasscal WeatherNet data portal. Then, specifically created for the research portfolios, but being maintained for so much more, is our Sasscal Data and Information Portal. Please note again and again, we call it the Data and Information Portal because it contains so much more than just data. Then we have recently, in the last, I don't remember how many years, been involved with a project funded by the European Commission and enacted through the African Union called VMUST, for which a portal was created. Then we are in the process of creating the Dam and Reservoir Atlas for Southern Africa. And finally, our newest initiative is called AgriWatch. I just want to stress again that through these portals, we make information available for free. These are now some examples of Sasscal products. So like I said, these are stagnant, they are created once off. New such updated products might come out, but you cannot, it's not dynamic automatically. So examples of such products are fact sheet, posters, you see outside are some posters of ours, maps that draw attention to certain climate phenomena. In the last couple of years, most of Southern Africa was plagued by intense, prolonged droughts. In such a case, we would produce a fact sheet, but we also produce updated maps to keep our stakeholders informed of how devastating these events are, how do we put these events into context compared to prior drought events, etc., etc. So the most recent example that you will see, two samples of outside on our posters, are the fire events. So we know much of Southern Africa had a very good rainy season this year, which of course we're all very excited about. But unfortunately, with very good rainy seasons, in most of Southern Africa come big fuel loads. And what do you expect then? In the dry season, you will expect fires, which we unfortunately saw now in Namibia. Okay. Good. So now we are getting to the reason I am actually standing in front of you this afternoon. So I already mentioned it. The OEDC has a couple of responsibilities within Sasscal and towards our stakeholder community. The biggest reason I am here today is, of course, to talk to you about this research portfolio, Sasscal 2. And what is the way ahead with the data, the information, and all the resources that you are producing through your research and your projects. Now, to answer the questions of what Sasscal expects, I pose a couple of questions. And mostly I want to put all of you at ease. What we have encountered is that a lot of researchers are very concerned. But please, I want to put you at ease. So number one, I'm going to explain to you very shortly what resources and deliverables your projects are expected to deliver to Sasscal. I want you to think about where these resources and deliverables will be made available, because we already heard about a lot of portals already being created or fed into. And then finally, when are we expected to deliver? Good. So, what does Sasscal want? Do we want everything? Would that make sense? No. So, to very easily answer the question is, obviously all our projects had research goals. And these research goals are feeding into bigger questions that our whole region wants answers to. If you have a deliverable that provides these answers, or that can in any way feed into the research or into the quest for answering these questions that we are troubled with in Southern Africa, and in any way it would be of interest to another research, to a government department, to any type of policy maker, then of course this is a research that should be made openly available to our stakeholder community. These are the resources we would like you to deliver upon. Now, where is my resource that I make available to Sasscal going to be made available? Well, I already spoke a little bit about the Sasscal Data and Information Portal, but these are questions that you within your project need to answer. We already heard a lot of examples of projects that already foresee a place, a home for the resources they produce. This morning we heard an example of ARBIS, where a specialized system is already being created. We heard about iNaturalist being used to make information available. When you answer these questions within your project, I want you to just ensure, or Sasscal would like you to just ensure, that your resources are openly available. That is the promise Sasscal makes to our stakeholder community, and that is what we aim for. So if you are already doing that, then please, by all means, then that is all we ask for. If you do not have an immediate home for the resources you are producing, then of course Sasscal provides options, and we are there to talk to you. By when do we want all this? This is the billion-dollar question. Again, there is no one there is no one question. This is a question that all of you within your projects need to answer. So are you ready to deliver? Because this morning we heard the perfect examples of researchers that use data from this Sasscal 1 portfolio and only published now. This is a normal happening in research, and Sasscal is 100% understanding to that. But if you are in such a situation where you want to sit on your data collected, or you are not ready to hand over because you are still in the process of working on your outcomes, then please just talk to us and inform us. Yes. So what are your options? Number one, should be clear by now, the Sasscal Data and Information Portal. Now, I really want to stress it because I seem to have skipped that slide just now in the process, because we all know by now that this thingy makes some problems. Now, the Sasscal Data and Information Portal evolves around a ISO metadata standard. If you provide us with your data, and I think this is very, very important to mention, you do retain your ownership through the metadata standard. It is very clearly documented who produced the data, how was the data produced, who owns the data. Sasscal does not take over ownership of your data if you make the data or the information available for the Data and Information Portal. So I just really want to stress that. Of course, like we said, if there is an existing portal or standardized international system or whatever that you want to make your information available through, by all means, as long as it's openly available, that's all we can ask for. And then finally, just want to reinforce, if you are not ready or you need time, whether it's 1 year or 2 years, just please talk to us that we understand what is happening. I think. Oh, okay. I actually didn't skip it. So quickly, let me just quickly show you the data portal. So we have the data portal in place. It was created for Sasscal 1. It already contains over 5,000 data sets. We constantly feed our own work into it as well. So for instance, all the posters hanging outside, that data, if it's not yet available on the data portal, it will be made available. So we ourselves practice what we preach. We make everything freely available. All the products, all the services we produce. And there is the story about the metadata that I thought I had skipped over. So like I said, you will never lose ownership of your data. The data portal is a very flexible platform, and it allows for you to retain ownership but full control over your data set as well. Thank you. Okay, I think, yes. And then, if there are any questions, I invite you to please reach out to my colleague Baptista or myself. Here are our emails. So we're always very willing to answer all questions. And just like I said, reach out to us, talk to us, that we know what's happening. Okay, I think I keep saying thank you because I think it's the last slide. So I think this is the one. Yes, it is the one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sylvia, and you kept to your time, so thanks a lot. You made my work easier. So at this point in time, I wish to call on to the stage our next presenter, and this is Ms. Zander. So Ms. Zander will bring us up to speed with a demonstration of Sasscal 2 Climate Services Gateway. So over to you, Ms. Zander. Let's encourage her by giving her a round of applause. I'll give you a signal.
Yeah, hello. Hi, my slides. Yeah, my name is Franziska Zander. I will present today the Climate Services Gateway. It was planned as a demonstration, but as we all know, internet, we cannot really rely on here. And also, I have no influence on the laptop, which is very far away from here. So we have to live with screenshots. But before, we want to see how certain persons are navigating through the portal. Just try my first try. Okay. So what I'm going to present is not only the work of me, it's teamwork, as it is always for software development. So I had the opportunity to also have two junior scientific developers helping me developing all the features you will see very soon. And also we got some support from Sophie and Sven, also from the Jena team. Okay, and this is the slide. Okay, it's moving itself. We already saw yesterday, but sorry, I tried to don't move. So in general, this is a platform where we want to provide analyze-ready data. So this is the main intention. So you can download data which you can really directly use. And as already mentioned yesterday, we want to share our high-resolution data, but also climate projection, which already exists, but in a way you can directly start to work with it. And in addition, on top of it, we created some aggregates so that the data sets are already smaller, like yearly data or whatever. And you can create subsets. And also the metadata and provenance has a very high role in our system, and visualization and something more from the developer side. I also tried to meet a lot of these accessibility standards for web applications, so that also screen readers could read what is shown. Okay, so now I would like to show which kind of data we have in general. So it's on the one side data we downloaded from the ESGF portal or from the Climate Data Store. So it's on the one hand, it's a Codex core data, all the 9 different models. We have it in as raw, but also BIOS adjusted for one scenario at the moment. And we also have CMAP6 data which are in total 23 different models we have, because we selected models which provide all the variables we want to show, and these are 10 in total. So this is a little bit of limitation. So in general, there are more. Okay. I have done nothing. Yeah, and this is what you are looking for. These are our high-resolution data sets. So on the one side, the CC cam is produced from WITS. So these are the 8 kilometers resolution, and the REMO at 2020, this is from Garrix, and this is also the data we are going to share also in we plan also to share in the BIOS adjusted. Currently you can't see, but it's on the way. And for all these different models, we have 10 core variables, and okay, based on these 10 variables, we have derived 6 indicators and also a lot of aggregates for different time periods. And now we come to the more interesting part. So I want to show how certain personas navigate through the portal, and we start with how the data gets inside. So let's say, so we are using personas. This is what we use also in software development to define requirements. And this I will also use in my talk. And Clara, she's the one providing the climate data, and she creates all the large data sets. And of course, she wants to share her data, but she also wants to have credits for it, because if you publish data sets, you should also get cited in a correct way. And this is her motivation, also get some points for sharing data. So next is our student. She needs data. So she is a biologist, for example, and she has a slow computer, slow internet, but needs some data for her own models, so like input data. And she works in a relatively small study area, so she's not working in the whole area, it's a very small area. Okay, then we have Tina. She is a teacher. She looks for data, and she wants to visualize data, and also she needs data for her students, because they are asking, what can I do? And yeah, she also needs to search for data. And then we have someone who also is interested in data, but unfortunately we cannot help him directly, because he needs summarized information. And this is what we don't do. We do really share the base information. That's why we need Alice. Okay, she's a spatial data analyst, and she's very good in creating all that maps and which stakeholders needs, and she can get her information in our portal to create all the products which are ready to show to any kind of stakeholder what they need. Okay, let's start with Sandra and see how she will navigate through the portal and find your data. So as I already said, she needs some base variables, how to cite, oh, I was too fast, and want to download for your study area. Yeah. Okay, so currently we are still a guest under our typical web page, so it's just a sub page. And now you have to imagine that we do a live presentation, so everywhere you see a cycle on the slide. This is where I click with my mouse. You just don't see, just imagine. Okay, let's go. So this is our current start page where you see which data sets or which data collections we currently provide and which are public. They are a little bit more in the background, but this is what is currently public. So you already see this codex and the CMAP6, and for the CMAP6 you also see some raw variables, and this is what we exactly want to see. We just scroll down a little bit the page. Yeah, okay, it takes some time. And this is what we see below. So we see all these 10 variables I already mentioned. So it's relative humidity, precipitation, then the 4 radiation parameters, wind speed, air temperature, mean and max min. So these are the 10 base variables you often also need for modeling or hydrological modeling and things like this. So this is how we selected them. Yeah, okay. And now we click on precipitation, so then we filter our data sets. You see here only 6 are left now, and this is what we see on the bottom. So we get a list with all the data sets, also how big they are, and some options, what we can do with these data sets now. And as we want to work with the data, we are now super happy because our climatologists, they always work in precipitation flux. This is a unit most people cannot really work with, so that's why for precipitation, we already provide the millimeter version of it, so you can really start to use it without thinking about how to convert it. And okay. Yeah, and now we want to, sorry, but it's a live presentation, yeah, so. And now we want to see what data is really inside, and also for the yearly data. So we have some metadata, you can see what is really inside. And so this is okay, and you also have a citation, at least already for it's moving itself. Okay. Sorry, it's not me. Okay. So maybe you have seen it or maybe you have not. So we just looked at yearly data for precipitation. This is what we want to use now because this is small enough to work with it on our computer. But still we are not interested in the full area, so we want to select a subset of it, so you can easily draw a rectangle on the map. And this is then the area which we will use. And then you will get some additional buttons, and you can download the netcdf file, which is already clipped to your area, so it will be much more smaller. It's not so relevant for these already small data sets, but if you look at these gigabyte data sets on top, it really makes a difference. And if we are not able to work with netcdf files, I know that's its own magic, you can also download as a text file. So this is this .dat file download, or you can create a TIFF file out of it, a GeoTIFF. Okay, so let's check if Sandra is happy now. So she could download by extend. She found the metadata, the citation information, precipitation, yearly data, and the export. So let's continue. Not so fast. Okay, next is Tina. Yeah, she's interested in indicators, not only the base variables we have already seen. And yeah, and she's also interested how it was created. So first, we already have seen yesterday, so we heard also from Thorsten that we have some indicators we also share from the LandSurf project. So this is what you would also see because they are derived from the Codex Core data set. So this is what you find here, but we will go to CMAP6 and just see which indicators we already have. So it's the aridity index and potential evaporation, water budget, SPE, and Keach biome index. And yeah, so we can filter again. We already know how it works, but now we really want to see what is inside the data set. So we click on view, and then we get a map. We get a map, yeah. We come to our map tab. And here you can already see a time slider, so you can move to the different time steps. And there's, yeah. And we are scrolling down, yeah, so the map is here. So we see our map on the screen. And what we can do is just to click somewhere, and then we also see some content in the chart on top. Okay, and this is what you will see on that black box you have seen before. So you will always see for the yearly data and for monthly and seasonally, you can show on one point, you can visualize through the whole available time. And there's also a trend line, so here you don't see so much, but if you look for precipitation or something like this, you will always see a trend, which is not so good for the region. Okay. Yeah. And there are some features at the map, like playing with the max-min values. And if you are a little bit familiar with the aridity index, so the magic value is 0.6.5. And this is how our map will look like now for 1950. And then we can just move our time slider. Is moving in the background. Yeah. And then you will see how it will, how this looks for the same threshold in 2100, at least for this model. So, and this is a future we don't want to have. So hopefully that model is not too bright. That's why we have 33 models and not only one. And hopefully at the end, yeah, we will see. Okay, and we also have the opportunity already to create a diff between two time steps. So just to get an idea where are interesting areas. And again, if you look at climate data, it's not looking at a certain point in time. If you really want to have an idea or analyze it, you always have to look at periods and not just as one time. It's only to get an idea where it's interesting. And this is where we have this visualization, but it's not ready to just take a screenshot and go to your stakeholder. Just to keep that in mind. And yeah, Tina is also a researcher. She likes to play also with the other things. So we also have different color schemes depending on which variable we show. And you can also play with the time steps and so on. So, okay. And now the main last question, now we come to the highlight, is how this data was produced. And this is a very interesting question, and what we see here is, for example, on the lower part is the last processing step. So we see which two files went into it to calculate this aridity index, but we also see how many source files were used to create this product and how many intermediate files were in between. And in this case, just to produce this one data set, there were 95 files involved, 94 files involved over the whole time. And you think that's a big number? I found a bigger one because there's a provenance graph behind, so I can also search for. You can also look for other numbers, and you see I found the top candidate. It's with 2,900 files, which has been processed just to get this file at the end. And this is, if you remember, this is what we are doing to provide analysis-ready data. So imagine you have to download all these 2,866 source files from the ESGF portal just to produce this file. And this is already done. It's merged to one time series from the historical part to the scenario. So we have 150 years ready to go to work with it. Yeah. Okay. So I think Tina is also happy now. And last but not least, we have Alice. She works for a company or for her boss or whatever, so she needs aggregated indicators. And yeah. And therefore, we also have other type of data collections. You can find it under with the sum sign. And this is how it looks like. So we calculated for all the different periods, for 20 and for 30 years already the product. So like, and also on the top line is already the absolute change between these two periods. So, and this is already calculated, and it's based yearly, seasonally, and monthly, depending on what you're interested in. So, and just to show you one example, so this is, for example, how the visualization looks like for a monthly value. And maybe you noticed it, the color changed. This is because Alice is working the whole day in front of a computer and likes the dark mode. So that's why we have both dark and light mode. Yeah. And last but not least, let's go back. I didn't get the delay time here, so. One back. Okay, we can also. Thanks. We can also see here in the small image, Alice has a job to create nice maps and explain uncertainty and so on, so that's why she also needs to download many data sets and don't want to do it by just single clicks. So we provide also a mass download. You can create based on what you're interested in, and then you can select and download on your Linux or Windows machine. Yeah. And I haven't showed it, but all the data we are providing is CC by 4.0, so also Alice can use it, even if she's working for a consultancy. So this is not with NC at the end, which would prevent this. Should be not so nice. Okay. I don't know, but there is a last slide. There was a last slide, but yeah. I think we have seen we can help different personas to navigate through the system and get the data they are looking for and what they need. And yeah, so the software itself, it's version 1.1, at least for the portal, and there's still some tasks open which are related to the data, which needs to be done, because it maybe looks easy just to combine and merge data sets, but these climate data sets are not so easy to handle. So, and this creates a lot of challenges, and some are not solved until now. But we are trying our best. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zander. So there we have it, so much information that is readily available for different stakeholders, starting from researchers, decision makers, name it. So that is awesome. Okay, at this point in time, I'll call on the last, but not the least presenter that we have, Mr. Lupedia. You could join me. So he wanted to use Portuguese, but I'm bullying him and saying, use English.
No problem. I will try my best. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Okay.
I think we just have a few minutes. The pointer has a problem, so we are waiting for the pointer. The one that had a problem, so they had to.
Okay.
We want you to have it easier.
Okay. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Sasscal to invite GGPN for this activity. In the name of our General Director, Dr. Zolana João, we would like to thank. For me, I come here prepared to do a presentation, open the software and show you guys what we have done on this drought response system for Angola. But unfortunately, as someone for telecom, I cannot have access to the internet. But you do it with slides, if the pointer helps also. I think talk about drought in this room is quite easy. Most of you guys work on that in no more than I relate to drought. But in 2019, Angola was facing one of the worst period of droughts. So the Minister of Telecommunication involves also in the efforts to support decision makers with tools that helps the country to take the best decision related to drought. In that year, for example, more than 1 million of persons were affected of drought on the south of Angola. The GGPN, that stands for the Angolan the Angolan Management Office for the Space Program, the equivalent for Angolan Space Agency, start to work. On that year, we went to Cunene province to see what exactly was the status of the droughts. Like was mentioned for the team that were in the local, we lost one of our PhD colleagues during this travel because she didn't manage to handle the hard situation of the people were facing due to drought. When some of the people, local persons, just found sand, sweat sand. I think it's not to be in English, but sand with some humidity just to put on the levels, just to due to the drought. On that year, we start to work with several institutions, and we develop first of all. Okay. So on that year, we start to work with several institutions in this project of a drought management support tool, a drought response support tool for a drought system for support decision making in Angola. So in this project, we worked with MIT, with Daniel Hood, that is leading one of the labs for the MIT, that was leading the external team. And in national, the team was led by Dr. Zolana João, the General Director of GGPN. We received a grant from NASA to support us on this effort, and we work with several institutions in US and Angola for the development of that tool. Some numbers, project was funded by NASA and also co-funded by Angola government. In 6 years of projects, we managed to publish 8 papers related to different components of the project. The project had 10 stakeholders involved and trained more than 25 Angolan specialists. Like I said, I come prepared to do a presentation. I have to and I have to use the slide just to give you an overview of what we did on the project. So during this, okay. During this project, like we said, we work with several stakeholders nationally, and we trained several specialists on the use of Earth observation data for supporting drought and GIS tools also, and to develop this ecosystem. In this project, we use the EVDT framework, that is a framework developed by MIT, where we analyze environment model, vulnerability, social vulnerability models, technological models, and decision models. So we use environment variables on this tool to analyze the drought. We analyze also socioeconomic vulnerability of the people affected by drought. We analyze the technology, what technology would be best to support the teams or the efforts to take decision on drought. And we analyze also which decisions were made by governments and other actors related to drought. On socioeconomic variables, we look for, on this socioeconomic index, we look to 6 components related to physical, health, economic, agriculture, demography, and social. The main question that we answered was, in Angola, where we have drought, and where are the populations that are most affected by drought at national. And we use also on the scale of municipalities. All countries were mapped related to this socioeconomic vulnerability, and we are using the SMAP satellite to map the humidity of the soil at the soil roots for the plants, so the agriculture droughts. This is the tool that I come first with the idea to show you guys, where you can enter and see all the data related to the project. Okay, so we mapped all the country. The country is mapped, used for determine the drought levels using SMAP satellite. Every 8 days, we map all the country and we update automatically the tool with the information related to the drought. For the different drought levels related to D0 to D4. For this work was also implemented the drought or the SMAP data is globally, but to extract the information about the drought at the roots of the plants or soil roots in Angola was developed was done a study to use the coefficients related just to Angola to adjust the data to Angola specifically. The pointer's not helping. Okay. So we map the country every 8 days for indicators of droughts. We also do accumulate just on this first map that gives you an overview of Angola states related to drought. We also highlight all the areas where we have a drought for the past 6 months. This information is combined with socio-economic vulnerability index. So in this map here, it is highlighted the drought levels on the country at the date of June, and the socioeconomic vulnerability also around the different municipalities on the country. So we can see, for example, in June that we have in Malange province, in Kakuzu municipality, high level of drought, D3 to D4, and the population is highly vulnerable to the drought. So that is the kind of information after that decision maker can use to develop actions to support the populations. Using also satellite data, we mapped on the span of the last 10 years the occurrence of droughts around all the country. And this information after you can summarize in each province on the level on the analysis time on time series of the drought of drought mapped. Okay. And have it also highlighted on terms of socio-economic vulnerability, where we used more than 10 data sets from several institutions, where we can after see the impact of the different variables, how they increase or decrease the vulnerability to the drought around that specific municipality. So in terms of slides, that was what we had to present. I think, I will add a little bit more on the project. Currently, the project had 6 years of implementation. We launched June this year the tool for some ministers that are adopting the tool. We are currently on the adoption phase of the tool. We have 5 ministers that are using the tool on this adoption period related to water and energy. Okay, water and energy, higher education, the Ministry of Mineral Resources, that we use this tool in this adoption period, and we aim to do a partnership with Sasscal also in this adoption periods, adoption process of this tool for these different stakeholders. I think that's it.
Thank you so much to all our 3 presenters. I think at this point in time we can really give Sasscal another round of applause, and I'll be able to say why. I think what we see from the 3 presentations is the fact that Sasscal, beyond just supporting research projects that were presented from Tuesday, is also investing in this portfolio that ensures that information is accessible. I think you and I will actually really get to know that in Southern Africa, what we tend to face is a challenge to access information easily. And so having a platform that enables researchers, decision makers to access information freely is, I think, something that we can really be grateful to Sasscal. And the 3 presentations that have been presented basically bring out that investment that Sasscal is putting in to ensure that we access the information as researchers. If we want to build on what the research projects that presented in the past 3 days that we've been here presented on. If you want to build on that, you can be able to access that information. And also our decision makers can also get information that can help them and in developing strategies that can help not only to mitigate but also to adapt to the adverse effects of climate change. And for that, we really are grateful to Sasscal for investing in the products and services portfolio. So at this point in time, I'll ask you to interact with our presenters in terms of interventions. And these interventions can be in the form of questions, clarifications, or indeed comments. Wow. Wow, okay, I can see that they really want to interact with you. It's overwhelming. So I will take the first set of questions. I'll start this way. I can see 3 hands, so we can start on my right and then the 2 on my left. Let's have the floating mic to our lady here so that we could get her submission. So let's have 1 floating mic here and then we can have another one that side just so we can beat on time.
The mic is here. Yes.
Okay, I had guided to say we'll start with our lady here. I am quite gender sensitive. I'm just kidding. I think she started first, so we'll start with her. And then I'll get the first 3, so her, and then we had 2 this way, and then we'll have another set of questions.
Okay, thank you so much. So Stephanie Donta, University of Gießen. I wanted to ask the last presenter, your decision-making tool is based on indicators, and as we know, we choose indicators, and indicators depict a certain version of reality. We choose that. So coming from the economics, and you just showed the economic vulnerability. Of course, I felt very concerned. And the 3 indicators that you have shown: employment, access to credits, and the last one I don't access to roads. Yeah, yeah. In the neoclassical mainstream economics, it's the main economic indicators that we use, and nevertheless there are a lot of criticism that they only depict a certain part of the economics, and usually only the formal parts of the economics. I would like to ask, who defines these indicators? There are other forms of economy that are very important. There are other parts of the economy, such as reproductive economy, that are so important, that are definitely excluded from this vision of economy as employment, credit, and roads, yeah. It's really important to think of who defines these indicators and what they represent, because then you are your product gives a final map evaluation of vulnerability, and then people don't question how did you come up with this idea of vulnerability once the indicators are already set in the tool. So yeah, for me it's very important. Who decides now on which perspective the decision-making tool is going to give to decision makers? How are the indicators defined, and by whom? So the question is, how are the indicators defined and by whom? Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So that's for Mr. Lupeda. Just take note of that. So I'll take 2 more questions and then I'll allow our presenters to respond to those interventions. So we could have the floating mic there. So just a humble request. So let's keep our questions or comments brief, just so we can be able to, allow for more engagement with our presenters.
I'm Jihye from Hamburg University, and first of all, thank you so much for all the presentations. It's amazing to see how data is ready and available. I have 2 questions. First one actually for both Sylvia and Franziska. As in my understanding, Sasscal is coming to an end, and I wonder what's going to happen to this database and also to the climate service gateway. I find it such a shame if it doesn't continue, and I can imagine this database needs a constant maintenance. And second question goes to Franziska. As a user of climate data, I was super happy to hear your presentation. I wonder if you have any plans to expand to different scenarios. In your diagram, I could see that you were looking at only one like one SSP 585 and SSP 370, and I wonder if there's any plan to be expanded, and if so, then when. And I see this. I saw also this little asterisk that's soon coming, and I want to know when. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we'll get one last question and then I'll allow our presenters to respond accordingly.
Thank you. I'm Frans Engelbrecht, PI of the TIPIC project. So I would also like to thank the three presenters for showing us three clear examples of climate services. I want to make two brief comments. The first is, colleagues, I think we have to realize how important this work is that Sasscal is doing. Sasscal is the only climate services center that is focused on disseminating these types of products freely. That makes Sasscal very unique in the region. And I hope that these services will continue for a long time. That's the first comment. So Sylvia, thank you for proving to us that these services have been running for a long time within Sasscal. And then the second comment is that I think from Franz's presentation we've seen the value of the bilateral. Because thanks to the investment made here by colleagues from Germany, we now have this new data dissemination capability for Southern Africa. There's an enormous amount of data processing that now makes the data far more accessible to climate scientists in Southern Africa than it has been before. And that brings us then to the last point. What is the legacy of a project like TIPIC? Well, it must live on within Sasscal. So a university project always comes and goes, of course. But this type of capability must live on within a climate services center. The research will continue. Franzi hinted to me from the stage that I should just briefly answer this last question, and I can just say, as the German colleagues will now hand over this capability to Sasscal and also to some of the TIPIC universities, they will enable us to continue to add more data to this server. But the main release, the server itself is scheduled to become operational before the end of this year.
So thank you so much. I'll invite Mr. Lupeda to come and attend to the question regarding who defines the indicators, and then that will be followed by Sylvia. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your question. The work regarding the socioeconomic vulnerability was led on by, just to give a context, by Professor Yusuke Kayayama, that is from the University of Maryland. That is also one economist that led this process for the development of the socioeconomic vulnerability index. So the index are based on the other index available in similar works, but the work also was done have a component related to the use of experts during the interaction with stakeholders to weight this index on the Angolan context. So the index or the index that we use or the variables was extracted by the similar works, and they were also weighted by Angola experts. That's why that is the approach that we use on this index for the socioeconomic index for Angola.
I really want to thank you for your question. It's a very good question, and it's, I think, one of the challenges we at Sasscal face, because many people are not aware that Sasscal is actually an organization. Currently, we're a non-profit organization registered in Namibia, but we are in the process of becoming an international organization. So we're waiting for some ratifications, but that means that Sasscal can truly ensure the longevity of these initiatives. And we can surely, definitely make sure that we keep hosting these systems, we keep updating these systems, we keep breathing life into these systems, and these systems can truly serve our Southern African community. Thank you.
All right, so I'll invite one last set of interventions, if we still have any. Any questions, clarifications, or indeed comments? Okay. So we'll take those two. So let's have the floating mic this way and in the middle.
Thank you. I will ask the lady in the middle there. I don't know if Sasscal has the capability of storing the data in a format that is user-friendly. You can see your data is in NC. That NC is a NetCDF file. So NetCDF file has been a nightmare in downgrading the data. So do you have the capability of storing the data in a more user-friendly format? Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll have one last question and then I'll allow the presenters to respond. We had a hand in the middle. Let's just have the floating mic get to, okay.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Junius Eino. I have a question regarding open access data. So I would like to know if you have data like Lasta data, because this information is very much important, especially when it comes to modeling. So we have some of this information available, like raster data available, but they are of low quality. So we need data that are of high resolution that can enable proper modeling. So if you don't have it, maybe something that Sasscal need to invest in, as well as shape files. It's something that we lack and researchers need very much. Without it, we cannot do proper research. Thank you very much.
To answer your question, as you may have seen, there was also this DAT download, which is a text format. So you can also already have at least the smaller data sets, which can be in a certain amount of... Okay, maybe I try here. Test. Okay. This one. Test, test, test. Test? Better? No. No, okay. Yeah, so we already have this export as text, and if you really want to have it for bigger data files, then that would require that someone is preparing it for you in the background. So if you have someone who is maintaining or is responsible for some kind of services which take more time, then it would be also possible to provide bigger data sets. But this is the limit to things which are possible to do in a reasonable amount of time when you directly click on the link. Yeah. And there's also GeoTIFF, and GeoTIFFs you can directly load into QGIS, and you can start to work with it. So this is the second option. So at least for all these aggregated data sets, you can already use it in a format which is much more easier than NetCDF.
Okay. So I want to answer two questions about the user-friendliness of our system or intuitiveness of our system, and then your request for data. So, of course, it is one of our main aims to ensure that our systems are extremely intuitive, that they're very easy to use. But at the same time, of course, there are at times challenges to use certain systems. So I just want to extend an invitation to everyone, if you ever are challenged by one of our systems, that you ever stuck, please, I shared my emails. You're most welcome to reach out to us, and we are always willing to provide support and help. When it comes to the data question, so there is a function the OADC meets that I didn't report a lot about, but it was kind of implied by the products I spoke about. So as I mentioned, we do produce some climate and environmental data products. For instance, routinely we ensure that we have updated data sets of precipitation data, land surface temperature. Temperature is a challenge to get satellite-based temperature data, so you use land surface temperature, but it's a very good indicator, especially for agricultural applications. We download evapotranspiration data, and like I said, we also do some preliminary steps to make the data more user-friendly. Let me think now, what did I forget? I'm sure I forgot some. Fire data, of course, and vegetation indexes. So these are satellite-based data sets that we routinely make sure that we have in an updated format and assimilated into annual and all these parameters that would be generally interesting for any type of analytics. But having said that, also you mentioned shape files. We do, of course, for our work also need these files, so we try to ensure that we have the updated data sets available. We do not make everything available because we're sitting on quite a lot, and these data sets are often made available by other institutions. And this is something that I didn't mention before. While we have an open data policy, we do not want to duplicate any efforts. If somebody is making available a data set, we will not duplicate that effort. If we make something available, it will be a value-added product, or it will be a product that is not currently being made available by somebody. So that is very important to us. But if you are challenged with finding any data, we literally have students contacting us almost every day. So again, we are more than willing to provide support and give you the information you need. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much. A round of applause to our presenters. I think this has really been the icing on the cake. These three presenters have really brought us up to speed with information that is critical for fostering the knowledge economy in our region, which is very fundamental if we were to grow and indeed, address the adverse effects of climate change. So let's give them another round of applause as they make their way to their seats. Thank you so much. And I also, at this point in time, wish to call on Dr. Tacheba to pick it up. My job ends here. Thank you so much for being so lively. We really appreciate your time and your willingness to engage with our presenters. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for Professor Jane Kwanya. Right, I think first of all, let me once again observe protocol as we did at the beginning of the session and recognize the presence of the Secretary of State and the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation. Thank you, ma'am, for also joining us this afternoon, and to recognize also our Sasscal board members, the executive directors, and the head of institution here present this afternoon. Let me state that at this point we have come to the culmination of this conference, where we are now at session 7, basically where we are doing the Sasscal 2.0 closing. And in this case, I'll be happy to invite the moderator for this session, who is Dr. Antonio Alcochet from the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Technology and Innovation, Republic of Angola, who shall take us through these proceedings. But before I call him onto the stage, I wish to state a few announcements, particularly with regard to the participants, and also talking to the logistics as they shall be unfolding from now until tomorrow when we all travel to the different destinations. I think I'll go through this logistics hotel, from each hotel to the next, starting specifically with the occupants that are staying at Hotel Samba, to say that all the people that are accommodated at Samba, who shall be on flights that are starting at 9:55 and 9:45, will have to leave the hotel by 5:30 a.m. So if you are at those at Hotel Samba, that is the request, that by 5:30 a.m. You shall be departing. If you are in a group that shall be departing to Wambo, you shall be departing from the same hotel to Antonio Agostino Neto Airport at 4:30 a.m. 4:30 a.m. That is the time. For those that are staying at Hotel Express, the same applies. There will be transportation. For those on the flights at 9:45 and 9:55, they shall depart the hotel at 6 a.m. There will be a bus available at the time. And same applies to the group that shall be going to Wambo. They shall be departing the same hotel at 4:30 a.m. There will also be transport arranged. Mona Lisa Hotel, on flights at 9:45 and 9:55, leaving the hotel at 5:30 a.m. So the bus will be leaving, not packed, but leaving at 5:30 a.m. And then for those that are departing at 13:50, they will leave the hotel at 11 a.m. And then if we go to Hotel 3J, those that are on the 9:45 as well as the 9:55 flights will likewise leave the hotel at 5:30 a.m. by bus. Hotel Forum, those that are on the 9:55 flight will leave the hotel at 6 a.m. Those that are on the 13:50 flight shall leave the hotel at 10:30 a.m. The group that is traveling to Wambo will leave the hotel at 4:30 because they are going to the Antonio Agostino Neto Airport, which is a bit further. Hotel Apreciosa, those that are leaving at 9:55 should leave the hotel by 6 a.m. So 6 a.m. we shall be leaving the hotel. And those that are departing at 2200, actually 2200 tonight, shall leave the hotel at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. tonight. Right, still on the same announcements. I'm now at Hotel Palmeiras. Those that are leaving on both the 9:45 as well as the 9:55 flights shall depart the hotel at 5:30 a.m. So 5:30 a.m. the bus leaves. It doesn't stop, it leaves. The group that is traveling for Huambo, still at Hotel Palmeiras, shall depart at 4:30 a.m. For the airport. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the announcements. And the last one, those that have to settle accommodation payments are encouraged to settle their bills by this evening ahead of departure. This is to avoid any inconveniences, let's say at 5 o'clock when you have to leave. So the best thing to do, or the honorable thing to do, would be to take care of all your bills tonight, so that early in the morning it's easier to leave the hotel, because they will be expecting those payments. Having said that, let me, I think looking at the setup right now, it looks like we've got people on the flanks, but a big open space in the middle. Can I just request that those that are this side try to move into this middle section, as well as those that are on the far left, so that at least we can be able to fill in the gaps in the middle. Shall we do that, please? Please, that's a very big request. I just request that we start moving and filling in the gaps, so that we can all be together and close as we do the closing session. I've got a whole row that is almost empty right here. Shall we? Please, let's not be spectators. Let's partake. Let's move. Otherwise, we're just going to be watching others. Shall we do that, please? And as we do that, I will then humbly request I will humbly request the presence of Dr. Antonio Alcochet to join us on stage and to take forward the proceedings. Thank you, sir.
Boa tarde a todos. Good afternoon, everyone. Those who don't understand Portuguese, I will suggest to pick up the machine for interpretation. Thank you. Excelência, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a nossa conferência científica Sasscal 2.0 entra no seu estágio final. Estamos na fase derradeira da conferência e vamos ter algumas considerações de entidades que de alguma forma emprestam o seu cunho para que fosse possível implementar o Sasscal, não só desde o seu estabelecimento, mas também o portfólio científico 1.0 e agora o portfólio científico 2.0 que chega ao fim. Esta conferência compreendeu várias sessões de trabalho, sendo uma delas dedicada ao apoio político ao Sasscal, onde tivemos alguns representantes políticos que referiram-se ao seu apoio à iniciativa do Sasscal. Tivemos 7 sessões sobre a utilização da investigação científica, e aqui ressaltar não só pelo número de sessões atribuídas à área da investigação, que pode representar a importância desta componente do Sasscal, mas também o número de pessoas, de instituições envolvidas, o que pode significar que em algum momento, e de acordo com o Estatuto do Sasscal, dá ênfase à investigação científica, para além da criação de capacidades humanas e a produção de produtos e serviços. Tivemos uma sessão sobre o desenvolvimento de capacidades humanas. Aqui foram referidas os diferentes, ou o número de estudantes formados em diferentes níveis da formação superior, licenciatura, mestrado e doutoramento. E, por último, aqui acabamos de testemunhar, nesta tarde, o tema ou a sessão sobre produtos e serviços, que não é menos importante. Queríamos aqui abrir um parênteses para anunciar a entrada de Sua Excelência Ministro do Ensino Superior, Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação da República de Angola. E esse desenvolvimento a que eu me referia leva-nos a agradecer o envolvimento de todas as pessoas, entidades, países e instituições no formato de governo, bem como individual, e começando pelo Governo da República de Angola, por meio do Ministério do Ensino Superior, Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação, o Governo da República Federal da Alemanha, por meio do Ministério da Investigação, Tecnologia e Espaço, o Conselho de Gestão do Sasscal, os investigadores principais do Sasscal 2.0, os gestores das instituições dos países membros do Sasscal, estudantes, muitos dos quais aqui representados, e também os intérpretes e os representantes da comunicação social, a quem eu peço uma salva de palmas. Não podemos deixar de referir aqueles que contribuíram de forma particular para a realização e o êxito dessa conferência. Mais uma vez, ressaltar o Ministério do Ensino Superior, Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação, na forma de patrocinador, a organização OTIVA e a Faculdade de Ciências Naturais da Universidade Agostinho Neto, que também peço uma salva de palmas. Esta sessão de encerramento compreende algumas intervenções de entidades envolvidas no Sasscal, como eu já referi, e gostaria de chamar para o palco o Dr. Alec, representante do Governo Federal da Alemanha. Também gostaria de chamar a professora Indongo, diretora executiva do Sasscal, para se juntar aqui ao palco. A senhora Angala, vice-presidente do Conselho Administrativo do Sasscal. E Sua Excelência, Senhor Ministro do Ensino Superior, Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação, professor Albano Ferreira. Portanto, vamos ter a oportunidade de ouvir algumas palavras destes representantes e entidades aqui presentes e começaríamos por dar a palavra ao Sr. Alec para breves considerações sobre esta conferência científica do Sasscal 2.0. Por favor.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure for me to deliver some closing. Shall I take it? Huh? Okay, it's okay now? Okay. It's too short. Yeah? I sure? Okay, so let's start again. It's a great pleasure for me to deliver some closing remarks today on behalf of the German Federal Ministry of Research, Technology and Space. Over the past 3 days, we have witnessed intensive exchange, profound analysis, and inspiring discussions. This conference has once again demonstrated the crucial importance of joint efforts between science, policy, and society in addressing the pressing challenges posed by climate change in every country worldwide. The Sasscal 2.0 Science Conference has brought together experts from diverse disciplines and countries. Together you have generated new insights, developed innovative approaches, and formulated concrete recommendations for action. The projects presented here exemplify the power of partnership and the shared commitment to fostering resilience in the face of climate change. I would like to encourage all of you to continue the extraordinary African-German collaboration that was initiated through Sasscal. All projects that were presented during the last days reflected our shared dedication to advancing knowledge, building capacity, and implementing solutions. These projects stand out due to their interdisciplinary nature, practical approaches, and strong involvement of local stakeholders. As we conclude this conference, it has once again made clear that climate change knows no borders and can only be effectively addressed by international cooperation. Germany acknowledged its long-term partnership based on trust, respect, and shared goals as reflected in our support for the Sasscal Centers of Excellence and graduate school programs. On behalf of the BMFTR, I extend our deepest gratitude to all organizers, speakers, and participants for their contributions. Obrigado. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Dr. Alec. O Sasscal, atrevo-me em nome do Sasscal a perspectivar uma continuidade de parceria entre o governo alemão e esta importante iniciativa sobre alterações climáticas na região. Muito obrigado. Chamo de seguida a professora Indongo para, em nome do Sasscal, do corpo executivo do Sasscal, preferir também algumas palavras nesta sessão final.
Thank you very much, Director of Proceedings. Excellency Albano Ferreira, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation of the Republic of Angola, we are very grateful. Thank you very much. Excellency Alice de Seita de Almeida, the State Secretary for the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation in Angola. I also want to recognize Professor Miguel, the Sasscal Board Chair, and all Sasscal Board members here. the permanent secretaries, executive directors, and accounting officers, the vice chancellors, rectors of universities and their representatives. I want to recognize Prof. Ramde, the executive director of Sasscal, distinguished guests. I humbly respect and recognize the presence of everyone. Good afternoon. Henry Ford once said, and I quote, "Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success." End of quote. This is exactly what we have demonstrated throughout the conference. These achievements could not have been realized without teamwork and collaboration. Great things are never done by one person. They are done by a team of people. Unity is strength, and when there is teamwork and collaboration, wonderful things can indeed be achieved. Over the past days, we have seen this unity in action. People who had worked together towards a shared purpose, whether through the research projects presented, but also even by simply responding to our invitation to be part of this important gathering. You have all demonstrated the power and the strength of collective effort, and for that, Sasscal is truly, truly grateful. Through your active participation, we have showcased the achievements of Sasscal 2.0 research projects and the institutions that brought them to life. We have discussed implementation strategies, we have shared lessons and strengthened the framework that guide us towards measurable impact. Together, we have reaffirmed Sasscal's position as a key regional player in advancing climate science, a bridge between research, policy, and action. Your work reflects not only academic excellence, but also a deep commitment to improving lives and ecosystems across our region. We are confident that the outcomes of Sasscal 2.0 will continue to inform policy, inspire innovation, and drive tangible change. Going forward, Sasscal remains committed to building human capacity for climate change adaptation and resilience. Over the years, we have trained and empowered hundreds of researchers, students, and professionals who now serve meaningfully across their respective countries. Some who once served as principal investigators under Sasscal now hold high-level decision-making positions, a clear testimony to the sustainability and impact of our work. As we look to the future, we want our connection with you not to end with the close of a project or a program. Instead, we aim to build a legacy, the one that sustains the relationship, knowledge, and the impact we have created together. Through the Friends of Sasscal initiative, we commit to establish a lasting platform that will keep our community connected beyond the project cycle. Those who have completed projects under Sasscal will continue to be part of our ecosystem, mentoring, guiding, inspiring the next generation of scientists and researchers. And this community, ladies and gentlemen, begins with you, our partners, researchers, and collaborators, students, because you know Sasscal best. Through the Sasscal Graduate Studies Program, we will continue to strengthen linkages, fostering mentorship, and ensure that Sasscal's vision lives on through each generation of scientists or scientists and the leaders. Capacity building remains one of Sasscal's strategic priorities. With continued support from our funder and a strong commitment from our government of member states, we pledge to ensure that Southern Africa continues to develop in skills, products, and services, better equipped to adapt to the changing climate and to build resilience for the future. As we transition into Sasscal Strategy 3.0, our focus is on upscaling the great work accomplished under Sasscal 2.0, ensuring that the impact is felt at the grassroots level across all the member countries of Sasscal. Through Sasscal, we continue to provide science-based solutions to minimize the impact of droughts and floods. Our goal is that no community faces these challenges without options. There should always be plan A, there should always be plan B, plan C, plan D. Our member states have reaffirmed their commitment to ensuring that Sasscal remains sustainable for generations to come. We are also deeply grateful to the Federal Republic of Germany for its continued partnership and commitment to support research, innovation, and capacity development, empowering Southern Africa to become resilient to the major effects of climate change. The remarkable work, outputs, and outcomes, they have spoken for themselves. Let us ensure that they are carried forward and not left unfinished. Let us transform them into lasting impact. We are confident that the generous support of the Federal Republic of Germany, which is reinforced by the strong and unwavering commitment of our member countries and other partners joining us, will accompany us on this journey as we redefine the research and the productivity landscape on climate change in Southern Africa to drive sustainable development and innovation across the region. Finally, together, we have proven that when we come together, when we keep together and work together, success is not only possible, but it is inevitable. Stay tuned for new and exciting developments as Sasscal transition into Sasscal Strategy 3.0, and I wish you a safe travels. Obrigado. Thank you.
Obrigado, professora Indongo. Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, para falar em nome do Conselho Administrativo de Sasscal, convido a senhora Angala.
Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Professor Dr. Albano Ferreira, Minister of Higher Education, Science, Technology and Innovation, Republic of Angola, Mr. Bwatametse Modukanele, representative of Honorable Winter Muluzi, Chairperson of the Sasscal Council of Ministers and the Minister responsible for Environment and Tourism, Republic of Botswana, Dr. Christian Aleke, representative of the German Federal Ministry of Research, Technology and Space, and our main funder, State Secretary, Executive Directors, and Permanent Secretaries from the Sasscal line ministries present, Professor Gabriel Miguel, Chairperson of the Sasscal Governing Board, and all board members present, Professor Nelago Indongo, Sasscal Executive Director, and your team, Professor Emmanuel Ramde, Waskal Executive Director, Principal Investigators, scientists and researchers, dear students, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As introduced, my name is Alexandria Angala. I am the Vice Chairperson of the Sasscal Governing Board. It is indeed an honor for me to have the opportunity to provide some remarks at the end of this very important conference. Following the 3 days of rich and constructive collaboration and deliberation, I am proud to say we have successfully hosted Sasscal Point 2 conference. This gathering has not only showcased outstanding scientific work, but also strengthened collaboration and demonstrated the meaningful impact of research in our region. On behalf of Sasscal, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Angola, represented here by Her Excellency, the Vice President, Madam Esperanza Maria Eduardo Francisco da Costa. This demonstrates that Sasscal is well positioned in Angola and reflects a strong commitment in advancing science, technology, climate change research, and capacity development. Director of Ceremonies, distinguished delegates, in the same spirit of appreciation, I acknowledge the leadership of the Sasscal Council of Ministers, Honorable Winter Muluzi, who is duly represented by Mr. Modukanele. Your guidance in steering the Sasscal vision is critical, and the key highlight you have shared have sparked a renewed sense of energy among all of us, motivating us to stand united behind Sasscal and to strengthen our collective effort toward climate change adaptation and mitigation in Southern Africa. I would like to extend special gratitude to our line minister, Honorable Professor Ferreira, the Minister of Higher Education, Science, Technology and Innovation in the Republic of Angola, together with his team, for agreeing to host this conference here in Luanda. Your unwavering support and cordial partnership with Sasscal have been instrumental in achieving this milestone. Thank you very much. To the Federal Ministry of Research, Technology and Space, here represented by Dr. Aleke, allow me to extend our profound appreciation for your consistent support. From the initial seed funding that enabled the establishment of Sasscal to your continued commitment that has made Sasscal 2.0 a reality. Your investment has been crucial in advancing this important initiative, and we are deeply grateful for this partnership. We are confident that the long-term research agenda shall receive further support with an even stronger partnership. Director of Ceremonies, I would like to single out and sincerely commend the accounting officers of the Line Ministry in the Sasscal member state for their active participation and invaluable contribution during the policy decision support discussion. Your guidance is pivotal in shaping the strategic direction of Sasscal. Your insight greatly enriched this conference and laid a strong foundation for aligning scientific research with national climate change and land management policies. We further appreciate you for reaffirming the member states' commitment to ensuring Sasscal's smooth and sustained operation through membership's contribution. Equally so, I would like to thank the members of the Sasscal Scientific Advisory Committee for their moderation role during this conference. Thank you for leading the session and ensuring that deliberation yield practical solutions. To our research community and team, I acknowledge all your hard work as you unpack the work over the past three days. It is evidence that your work has gathered new knowledge that needs to be turned into tangible outcomes. I look forward to more policy brief, new products and services, and indeed, more graduates among the students that have presented their work at this conference. The research result presented at this conference and the exposure you have received during this conference have strengthened your skill in climate change and empowered you to step forward with confidence as the next generation of change maker in the fight against climate change. Director of Ceremonies, the success of this conference is a testament to the hard work and dedication of the entire team. I commend the Sasscal Executive Director, Professor Indongo, and her team for their outstanding effort in organizing this event. Professor Indongo, you have done a great job. As we conclude this conference, I encourage each and every one of us to reflect and consider the impact climate change will have if it is not reduced through research, development, and information sharing platforms such as this. There is a saying that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestor, we borrow it from our children. This reminds us that we are the stewards of the planet, responsible for environmental choices that we make and the climate future we leave for the generation to come. As we depart to our respective homes, let us carry with us the valuable insights gained during this conference. I wish you all pleasant travel back to your destination. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, senhora Angala. Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, vamos ouvir as palavras de encerramento desta conferência na pessoa de Sua Excelência, senhor Ministro do Ensino Superior, Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação, professor Albano Ferreira, a quem eu convido.
Excelências, membros do Executivo dos países da iniciativa Sasscal, excelentíssimos embaixadores dos países da iniciativa Sasscal acreditados em Angola, excelentíssimos membros do Conselho de Administração do Sasscal, caros diretores executivos, excelentíssimos coordenadores dos nós nacionais do Sasscal, distintos membros da comunidade académica e científica, estimados estudantes, ilustres convidados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Em meu nome e em nome do Governo de Angola, reforço os nossos agradecimentos por termos sido escolhidos como país anfitrião de tão importante conferência, pela oportunidade de, mais uma vez, demonstrarmos o nosso compromisso com a ciência regional e, em especial, com a resiliência climática. Sob o lema da investigação à ação, melhorar a sustentabilidade através de soluções de impacto das alterações climáticas na região da África Austral, tivemos reunidos durante 3 dias de intenso debate sobre os resultados das investigações científicas cruciais nos principais pilares do Sasscal: a segurança alimentar, a segurança hídrica, a conservação da biodiversidade, florestas sustentáveis e dados climáticos. Os resultados dos projetos Sasscal 2.0, realizados por investigadores de Angola, Botsuana, Namíbia, África do Sul e Zâmbia, trouxeram à luz soluções práticas e inovadoras e, para além de demonstrarem que a África Austral está na linha da frente da crise climática, desafiam-nos à ação, a sair dos laboratórios e transformar resultados em políticas públicas para a melhoria da qualidade de vida das populações dos nossos países e assegurarmos os compromissos com as agendas 2030 da ONU e 2063 da União Africana. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a conferência que hoje termina é o culminado do programa de investigação Sasscal 2.0, mas é, acima de tudo, um ponto de partida para a próxima fase da nossa jornada. O encerramento deste evento não significa o fim do nosso trabalho, é apenas o testemunho do poder da colaboração Sul-Sul e da nossa parceria vital com o governo da Alemanha. Os mais de 100 estudantes financiados pelo Sasscal 2.0, próxima geração de líderes científicos e decisores políticos, são a prova inequívoca de que a próxima fase da nossa jornada continuaremos comprometidos com os nossos investigadores e decisores políticos e os nossos parceiros, todos engajados com a segurança climática, hídrica e alimentar, gerando conhecimentos e incorporando estes conhecimentos nos planos de desenvolvimento nacionais, incorporando e garantindo o financiamento. Temos que construir mais centros de excelência e lançar mais cursos de doutoramento, e este é o caminho para o futuro da ciência nos nossos países e na região africana. Termino renovando os meus agradecimentos pela vossa presença, desejando a todos uma boa viagem de regresso à vossa casa. A nossa união regional é a garantia de que o futuro da ciência africana está nas nossas mãos. Declaro assim encerrada a Conferência Científica Sasscal 2.0. Muito obrigado a todos.
Excelência, senhora Secretária de Estado.
Shimali wo tashi nyenge Oshingalwe oshingalo tashi dengenge Oluhepo talihepe kenge Fiona ini I have to live this way Fiona ini I have to carry this burden, yeah This burden.
Dear colleagues, I think after the official closing, there's not anything else I can say anymore. I think we shall now hand it to the protocol to allow our Honorable Excellency to be able to depart the venue. And that is the end of the session. Thank you so much.
Usaore moyo kanere Mwari anewe Usaore moyo kanere Mwari anewe Shinga moyo shinga Mwari anewe Harufu neshanje Kusaura vanodandana Usaore moyo andanzi Mwari anewe Usaore moyo kanere Mwari anewe Shinga iraka kanere Mwari anewe
As if you are presenting. Okay, you can take.
Amanamai, terera munzwe, yori rengoma. Amanamai, terera munzwe, yori rengoma. Jayane mandara, mururu na meterwa, yori rengoma. Jayane mandara, mururu na meterwa, yori rengoma. Magwane ushozo pindirana, mitone mitumba, yori rengoma. Magwane ushozo pindirana, mitone mitumba, yori rengoma. Shasha etsuri mirane papapo, menyambira ndi kokoko, yori rengoma. Shasha etsuri mirane papapo, menyambira ndi kokoko, yori rengoma.